Hello, mic check, check, 1 2 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Check mic check 1 2. I'm gonna keep on talking into both of them until Skinner tells me not to. We're good? We're good.
This is the story of the American Cancer Society, a proven history of 110 years of wins in advocacy, research, and patient support. The story of how people don't have to face cancer alone. Because for 110 years, we have made significant progress against cancer together. Increasing our chance and conducting studies like the one that helped reduce smoking's deadly grip. Providing lifelines through patient support for people with cancer and those who love them. Like a home away from home for free. And helping make real change by raising all our voices to make cancer research a national priority. From day one, we believe that research can save lives. We have been committed to providing unwavering support, and we continue to stand up to achieve important policy change. Because we know that's how we can achieve quality cancer care that's equal for all. We are proud of our wins, but even more proud of the brave people that deal with cancer every day. And of all of you that support, donate, volunteer, and work to make it better for every cancer, every life. Now, let's keep making history together. Let's keep winning until we can end cancer as we know it for everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to try this again. Apparently we had some technical difficulties a few minutes ago. So welcome to the first ever Gold Together Telethon. Is Ray Scott. I'm the host of the Ride Home with Ray on Country Legends 1071 The Bear. And I am the chair of the Southern Tier Board of Advisors for the American Cancer Society.
And I'm Tim Skinner. I'm the chair of Communications and Media Arts over at SUNY Broome Community College. And we are so glad to have you here with us today. Still glad to have you here with us today. We have an awesome afternoon in store for you with some very powerful, very moving stories. We'll have a little entertainment in there as well. But the number one goal is to help raise awareness and help raise funds to help us fight childhood cancer. But before we get any further, we're going to kick things off with a singing of our national anthem. And to sing our national anthem, this is Broome Community College student, SUNY Broome student, Nate Evans, singing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave truth through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I have a friend, and her name is Elizabeth. She's a kid like me. Wait, can I tell you her story?
My name is Elizabeth Widener. Shortly after my 12th birthday, I was diagnosed with stage 4 high-risk neuroblastoma. I have been fighting for 4.5 years and am currently on a phase 1 clinical trial.
Elizabeth wanted to save all the kids from childhood cancer.
These are the years they should be running and playing, learning how to ride a bike, and focusing on school. We need to find the best medicines so these children can grow up to become the next engineers, doctors, artists, farmers, or political leaders.
But she never got the chance. She was taken away too soon, just like a lot of kids with cancer. Why does this happen? Is there anything we can do? Your donation today could help save a child with cancer.
I got to tell you, Tim, I watched that video that we just saw in my office about a week ago, and if that video doesn't hit home what we're doing here, I don't know what will. I don't know of anybody who has not been affected by cancer, but pediatric cancer, childhood cancer, it just brings a whole nother level.
Absolutely. Cancer is still the number one disease-related cause of death among children ages 1 to 14. And before they turn 20, about 1 in 257 children are going to be diagnosed with some form of cancer. And that's still one too many.
Absolutely. As a father myself, and I know you're an uncle, the idea that something like that could happen to one of my children or your niece, I mean, it just heartbreaking.
Yeah. And that's why we're here today.
Absolutely.
Is to raise awareness and to raise funds to help research, to help fight this disease so that no child has to go through this ordeal, or their family.
Absolutely. So we need your help.
Yep.
We need your help. If you'd like to donate, there are lots of ways you can donate. If you're watching this video, there's a good chance you're watching this video on a website where there is a donate button right near the video. You can just click that donate button and make a donation. If you're watching on YouTube, you can scan the QR code that's in the bottom of your screen and make a donation there. You can also visit ACSSouthernTier.com and make a donation there. And if you need any assistance, you can always call 607-235-2770.
Or you could stop right down to the Oakdale Commons. We are right outside the Dick's House of Sport entrance here inside the Oakdale Commons. We're going to be here from noon to 6.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little past noon now, but we're going to be here till 6.
We sure are. We sure are. So I know there's a lot of people who have probably never heard of Gold Together. The American Cancer Society is well known with some of their initiatives, Men Wear Pink, and making strides against breast cancer. Gold Together is a fairly new initiative through the American Cancer Society.
Yeah, and through Gold Together, volunteers can raise awareness, support. They can support families facing childhood cancer, connect with those families to a lifetime of resources through the American Cancer Society. And where does the funding go? Well, our annual cancer facts and figures are right there for you. The Childhood Cancer Research Landscape Report was produced by the American Cancer Society in collaboration with the Alliance for Childhood Cancer. And this report provides important perspectives and data from the childhood cancer community on barriers to research and the current efforts to overcome those barriers. So it's all right there, it's all above board, and you can see directly where that money is going.
Of course, and the American Cancer Society, a very well-known organization here in the country. The Gold Together program was actually created by a childhood cancer survivor himself. His name is Cole Eicher. And, well, again, through Gold Together, volunteers can raise awareness, support families facing childhood cancer, and, of course, connect those families to a lifetime of resources through the American Cancer Society.
Speaking of Cole, we had a chance to interview Cole's mom, Laura.
Well, how about we watch that video?
Yeah, why don't we take a look at the video? Here's Laura.
I'm Laura Eicher. I'm the Director of Childhood Cancer Initiatives at the American Cancer Society. And my focus, I always say, is to find ways for volunteers to get involved with the American Cancer Society with a focus on childhood cancer. I've been a volunteer for the American Cancer Society for 15 years. And for the past 5 years, I've been employed in my current role. I reside in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm married, I have one child, and that his name is Cole, and I'll be talking a lot about him. He's currently 22 and looking forward to graduating from the University of South Florida in May. My son was diagnosed with cancer, so Cole was diagnosed. So that connection to cancer started 10 years ago. He's my only child. And he was described as really healthy, athletic, a 12-year-old. He loves soccer, and he started having some unexplained nausea and then vomiting upon waking up with no fever or explanation. So, later in the day, he'd get back to feeling normal. So we kind of just, brushed it off because he was so healthy. But weeks later, started having some vision changes, some slight headaches, some unsteadiness. And so several visits, of course, to the pediatrician. He was diagnosed with adolescent migraines. And so we wanted it to be that, of course. But then things got a little worse as far as a little bit more unsteadiness, a little bit more double vision. So the ophthalmologist said, let's get an MRI. And of course, that told us exactly what it was. It wasn't adolescent migraines. He had brain cancer. So, 1 in 258 kids are diagnosed with cancer before the age of 20. So that's like 3 or 4 in every school, if you look at those numbers. And now he was, one of those children, and we were one of those, families. So, when you hear that, your child has cancer, you really just, I won't say it's like you're getting the wind knocked out of you. You really don't know what's going on. It feels like another world. But you hope and pray when you kind of get your wits about you that there's been some research that you can rely on that will save your child. And so thankfully, there had been people, as we say, years ago, who had dedicated some time, effort, knowledge, funds to this specific childhood cancer, brain cancer. And so he had a plan, he had a treatment plan, and they had a way to fight back. So, so we were really considered kind of lucky that people had done that. And we were moving forward with the treatment plan, which is brain surgery, 30 rounds of radiation, so a full month of radiation. Actually, 10 years ago this month was that whole month of radiation. And then high dose chemotherapy, for 4 months. So kind of close to a year of treatment. So it wasn't easy, I'm a 12-year-old. It's not child-sized treatment. It's they hit it really hard. They hit it as hard, if not harder, than adults. So it's a full-on battle. It's absolutely brutal. So fast forward, it's 10 years, and he'll, instead of sitting in a room getting chemo, he's sitting next to some kids that are graduating, going to throw those cats in the air and look forward to their next chapter. And we really say it's because of research, that he's here today. So, well, really, it's the only way the kids fight back. It's with any research for any cancers. We've got to understand, how the cancer is evolving, or how to eliminate it. And with children, unfortunately, there's lesser numbers of them, and so they just get a smaller portion, and a smaller portion doesn't help our oncologists to fight back, because it truly is relentless. And sadly, we've made a lot of progress in many cancers, but there are some children's cancers, specifically a couple of brain cancers, where there is great room for progress, and there needs to be investment. But right now, those families are told there isn't anything, and to take the child home and to make memories, and they have about a 6 more months, with that child. So if you are that parent that's hearing that, or if you're that oncologist that has to say that day in and day out, it's research that will change it. That's it. So that's why it's important. And it's truly, again, why my son is here. He had an 80% chance of survival. But years ago, if it would have been me that would have had it as a child, I would have had a 10% chance of survival. So they've really learned so much. And I've actually even watched the research of his particular cancer, and they have just divided it into subtypes, and they know what children they don't need to radiate anymore, which is incredible, because radiation really affects the cognitive ability. And if a child is 6 and being radiated, they have a lot of struggles in life afterwards. My son has some struggles, but it is so, I guess, just wonderful to know that in these 10 years that they have made the progress to not have to, radiate when they don't have to. So not throw everything at it, just throw what they know they need to throw at it. So that's another piece of research, because, the survival rate still is the same in this particular type of cancer, which is called medulloblastoma, brain cancer. But the after effects are much more positive for those that are surviving, because again, they know how to customize that treatment plan. I just want people to know that really everyone can do something, and even if it's a little something. Years ago, people did a little something that saved my child's life. So having that knowledge, I feel the need to share so that we can save more children. And, it really could be for our listeners, it could be viewers, it could be their grandchild, it could be their niece, their nephew, friend of your child. It very well could be. One thing I like to think of is cancer doesn't care. Doesn't care at all if your child's healthy. That's an example within our family. It's relentless, and as mentioned, it's brutal. And we all have to kind of do our little thing, to fight back, because these kids have their entire lives ahead of them, and cancer doesn't care. But if we invest in the right things, then we're going to give them a chance. And so the telethon is a way to let people know that kids need them. And they're kind of, they're so little. They're not out there telling people that we need to, protect them from this, this situation. So we have to be their voice. So I'm very appreciative of the telethon for spreading awareness and the need for this to be a priority. There's lots of things to say. I guess hopefully the viewers can hear the gratefulness that's there. You know, a kind of our average donation is anywhere between $30, $100. And sometimes people think, oh, well, what will that do really? But it adds up. It's everybody's little part. And I work with so many wonderful young people that are going into research and want to be oncologists and want to help in this field, nursing, etc. And so they're doing their part, so they're out there getting educated, sharing the best brand new ideas. And American Cancer Society really enjoys supporting the research of these young, researchers. Currently, we have 49 research grants that are dedicated to childhood cancer. It's $29 million, multi-year, $29 million. So that's a lot of people doing their little something. And that's how we keep it going. And I like to say growing too, because, 49 is a lot and very hefty. It doesn't cover all the types of cancers that children face. I was looking at them just the other day. There were several for brain and osteosarcoma, so bone cancers. There was lots for leukemia, but it didn't cover all of them. And we would like to fund more of the greatest, best ideas that are out there.
What an amazing story from Laura and her son Cole. And because they put together the Gold Together program, get this, $11 million has been raised since 2019. 144 communities supporting this cause, including ours right now, are on board with this. 550 Gold Together champions since 2020, and 3,100 volunteers. And this is what we're here because of the volunteers, because of the people that are out there, not just nationally, but here locally too, Ray. And we have got some awesome companies that are out there helping to donate their time and their money to this cause as well.
We sure do. Obviously, this wouldn't be possible without the help from sponsors, including Nexstar Media Group, News Channel 34, WIVT, WBGH, and WETM in Elmira, Equinox Broadcasting, Cool 106.7, Solid Gold 100.5 and 104.5, 107.1 The Bear, 95 The Drive, and Hot 92.9. Designing Value, thank you so much to Designing Value, who actually designed our website for us. GHS Federal Credit Union, Delta Engineering, the Kane family, and Marchuska Brothers Construction. Big thanks to them. And I wanted to save the best for last, the SUNY Broome Communications Department. Tim, if it weren't for you and your students who are here running the show behind the scenes, we would not have a telethon here today.
Oh, well, thank you, Ray. And thanks to the gang who's over there right now. They're all giving us funny looks off of camera, all sorts of wonderful, funny faces. But we are having a good time, and it's good to help out a good cause as well.
Absolutely.
And how do you donate? That's the big thing here today. How do you participate in this event?
Well, there are lots of ways that you can donate. Obviously, if you're watching this video, there's a good chance you're watching on a website that is hosting this video. So somewhere nearby, either above or below, I'm sure there's a donate button. If there is not, you can scan the QR code that is in the bottom of your screen. You can also visit acsoutherntier.com and click on the donate button. If you need any assistance, you can always call 607-235-2770. And, of course, you can always come out here to Oakdale Commons because we're going to be here till 6 o'clock.
Absolutely. We are going to be here till 6 o'clock broadcasting live from just outside of Dick's House of Sport right here in the Oakdale Commons.
Absolutely.
And this is just you got to come on down and see this because not just us here. We've got all sorts of tables set up and just ready to say hello and have some fun and help raise awareness to help defeat childhood cancer.
Without a doubt. So obviously, childhood cancer affects a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I can't think, obviously, other than the patient themselves, I can't think of anybody else who's hit harder than family.
Absolutely.
And so we've got a video here of a survivor. She lost her sister to pediatric cancer, and we wanted to give her the opportunity to tell her story.
So let's hear a little from Ashlyn.
Hi, I'm Ashlyn Canella, and I'm a senior in high school. My sister Kaylin was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, a bone cancer, on her 13th birthday. She was an amazing swimmer, and we believe that her knee pain was just from swimming. Kaylin had to have leg surgery, a total knee replacement, and part of her femur and tibia taken out, and 2 lung surgeries, as well as many other operations to drain fluid from her lungs. After 5 months of unsuccessful chemotherapy, they decided to genetically test her tumor, and they found out that she had a MYC gene, so her tumor didn't respond to the standard treatment. And her chance of survival went down to about 0. My sister passed away a year after her diagnosis, just 9 days after her 14th birthday in 2017. I was only 11 at the time and never fully understood the severity of my sister's cancer until just about 3 days before she passed away. Although I could see my sister getting weaker and I knew her treatment wasn't working, I just trusted that she'd be okay. My sister's last words were, "I can do this, Mommy." A child so sweet and so brave should never be subject to so much suffering and be diagnosed with a death sentence because of the lack of research. When my sister was diagnosed, I'd never heard of osteosarcoma. I thought that was a good thing, but it just shows the lack of investment in these children, even though 1 in 5 children with cancer never beat the disease, and it is the leading cause of disease-related death among children. It is so important that we all get involved to raise awareness for childhood cancer, because then, maybe, there can be research that would have saved my sister and will save so many more children to come. Hi, I'm Ashlyn Canella, and I'm a senior in high school. My sister Kaylin was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, a bone cancer, on her 13th birthday. She was an amazing swimmer, and we had...
Oh, what another story there, Ray. This one, unfortunately, didn't have the happy ending, but this is why we're here. We're here to help raise awareness, help raise funds, and help families whose child might be battling cancer.
Without a doubt. So donate if you can, please. Again, visit ACSSouthernTier.com. Scan the QR code on the bottom of your screen, or just click the donate button on whatever website you are on right now. Please donate and help. The money that we raised today is all earmarked directly for pediatric cancer, and specifically pediatric cancer research.
Absolutely, Ray. And the American Cancer Society funds scientists who conduct innovative research on childhood cancer at medical schools, at universities, research institutions, hospitals all throughout the United States. And as of January 2023, the American Cancer Society is funding 44 multi-year research grants for a total of $26 million that are specific, earmarked completely for childhood cancer. And that includes grants at Cornell Memorial, Sloan Kettering, CHOP, St. Jude's. That money is going to that research. And matter of fact, in partnership with the St. Baldrick's Foundation, childhood cancer research funding grants totals $4.4 million, commenced in July 2021, and has positively impacted mortality rates and the quality of life. And some of the stories that we're hearing today, that you'll hear a little bit later on today, are going to be testaments to just that.
Absolutely. I believe a little bit later on this afternoon, we're going to hear from a cancer researcher in Cornell. So there's a little bit of a local tie there. Right now, I think we'd like to watch a video with Dr. Hammer. Dr. Hammer is also a American Cancer Society research grantee, and he's going to tell us how important it is for ACS to provide this funding to researchers.
A laboratory is more like a startup company with young, empowered, impassioned, changing the world mindset young people. That's who we need to fund and invest in. That's who's going to change the world. Starting a laboratory as a young academic is difficult. I had applied for grant after grant after grant, and I was on the verge of shutting down my laboratory. In a career-changing move for me, the American Cancer Society funded my first grant. That grant ultimately allowed me to leverage the talent in my laboratory to a larger grant, and then larger, more grants, and then to grow the adrenal cancer program that we have today. In terms of adrenal cancer, we are now understanding the genetic linchpins, the lock and keys that are critically important. Work done by trainees in the laboratory, young minds who were pushing the envelope forward. It's been a humbling process because the discoveries we're making in the lab, which, however profound, they're oftentimes not fast enough for the individual person that I find under my care. What I have found, however, is that the biggest strides being made are being made because of the efforts of individual people. One person, one family gives back. They're the ones who are actually funding the research that is, without a doubt, the linchpin of leverage moving forward. And that's, I think, the most powerful message to get out there, that not only is it a hyperbole to say you can make a difference, I feel it every day.
Another one of our powerful stories there, Ray.
Absolutely. Again, that's why we're here. We're here to raise money for pediatric cancer research so that someday we don't ever have to say pediatric cancer again. That's the overall goal. We don't ever want to have to utter those words.
Absolutely.
Again.
And we want to help out. We want to help this cause, and you can help this cause as well. Again, visit ACSSouthernTier.com. You can scan the QR code that's right there on your screen right now. Or you can just follow. There's a little bit, I hope I'm pointing the right way, there's a little bit of a scroll going down at the bottom of the screen where, a little higher, they're telling me a little higher, a little lower, a little, no. Now
it's there somewhere.
Now it's just it's there. It's down there. We know it's there. But you can follow that information. You can donate, and you can help out this cause and help to end childhood cancer.
Now, throughout the afternoon, we are going to hear from several Gold Together national ambassadors. If you want to be an ambassador, it's really easy. You can agree to be an ambassador for the American Cancer Society Gold Together program. The Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month is actually in September, so you can sign up to be an ambassador for September of 2024. You'll wear gold for awareness throughout the month of September, and create a challenge goal of raising $1,000 through fundraising, or $500 if you're a junior ambassador, just $500. And you can do that in so many different ways, any way you want to raise $1,000. And if you raise $1,000 in September of this year, we'll have you on next year's telethon.
Oh, that's great.
Right?
That'd be
Right?
awesome. We'd love to have you stop down.
So if you want to be an ambassador, please visit ACSSouthernTier.com. You can also email Jamie Kane, our American Cancer Society staff partner. His email is jamie.kane@cancer.org, and he can give you some more information.
And right now, what we have for you is a little bit of information about one of our caregivers. We're going to hear from Caitlin Wang and what she has to say. Here's Caitlin's story.
Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin Wang, and I want to talk to you about a topic that's deeply personal and incredibly important: childhood cancer. My life has been touched by cancer in more ways than one. A few years ago, my dad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and to this day is still battling the disease. I saw firsthand the toll it took on him, on our family, and on our community. It was a difficult journey, one that changed us all in profound ways. But cancer exists in more ways than one. It wasn't until I saw the impact of childhood cancer up close that I truly understood its devastating effects. Because behind statistics and reports, there's raw emotion, heartache, and the resilience of these young fighters and their families. When my family and I first moved into the neighborhood, I met a joyous little boy, and little did we know he was diagnosed with leukemia and weeks later would be gone. Then this school year, a girl at my school diagnosed with brain cancer passed, only finding out with her diagnosis around a year prior. Childhood cancer is a reality that affects far too many families. Cancer is the leading disease-related cause of death among both children and adolescents. In 2024, an estimated 9,620 children ages 0 to 14 years and 5,290 adolescents ages 15 to 19 years will be diagnosed with cancer, and 1,040 children and 550 adolescents will die from the disease. Imagine the pain of a parent hearing the words, "Your child has cancer." It's a reality no one should have to face, yet thousands of families do every year. But amidst this darkness, there's hope. Volunteers, donors, and researchers are the unsung heroes in the fight against childhood cancer. They are the ones who fund critical research, support families through their darkest days, and advocate for better treatments and care. Every dollar donated is a lifeline. Every hour volunteered is a ray of hope. Every action, no matter how small, makes a difference. It's not just about numbers or statistics. It's about saving lives, preserving childhoods, and giving families hope for a brighter future. So why do I feel it's important to get involved? Because every child deserves a tomorrow. They deserve a chance to grow up, to laugh, to play, and to dream. Because no parent should have to watch their child endure the pain of cancer. Because together, as a community, we can make a difference. I urge you to learn more about childhood cancer, to support organizations dedicated to this cause, and to consider how you can play a role in this crucial fight. Whether it's through donating, volunteering, or simply spreading awareness, your actions matter. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and let's join hands to give every child battling cancer a fighting chance at a full and healthy life. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin Wang, and I want to talk to you about a topic that's deeply personal and incredibly important, childhood cancer.
All right, we are back. Once again, want to thank all of our sponsors for making it possible for us to be here today, including the Next Star Media Group, News Channel 34, WIVT, WBGH, and WETM in Elmira. A huge thank you to them. Equinox Broadcasting, Cool 106.7, Solid Gold 100.5 and 104.5, 107.1 The Bear, 95 The Drive, and Hot 92.9. Huge thanks to those guys who are here with us at Oakdale Commons, broadcasting live all day today as well. Big thanks to Designing Value, who designed our websites for us. GHS Federal Credit Union, an absolutely amazing community partner. At Equinox Broadcasting, we've worked with GHS on a number of fundraising initiatives. They're wonderful to work with. Delta Engineering, big thanks to them. The Kane family and Marchuska Brothers Construction. And again, huge thank you to the SUNY Broome Communications Department, for which this would not be possible.
Oh, well, thank you for inviting us to this, Ray. This is, like you said a little while ago, it's been, about a year and a half since the inception of this was coming together, and it was like, what does this look like? Can we, and it's just been really, really nice to see the local community, Equinox Broadcasting, pooling our resources with the communications department, with WIVT and WBGH, and all of our sponsors to come together to actually broadcast this live and out on YouTube and wherever you're watching.
Absolutely. And quick disclaimer, we are not professionals by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
There's a reason I'm in radio.
And there's a reason I'm not. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
What
I
were
was
you
going to say, just to remind people how they can donate, you can point your phone or your smart device right there on the screen. There's a QR code right in the bottom corner there. You can follow that link. You can go to ACSSouthernTier.com and click on the donate button. You could stop down. We're going to be here until 6 o'clock, or maybe they take us away, but who knows. We're going to be here till 6. Come on down. Or if you need assistance making a donation, you can call this number, 607-235-2770. 607-235-2770.
All right. Well, we've been here for just about an hour now.
Yes.
So what do you say we check in on our tally board and see how we're doing so far?
Okay. Let's check in on that tally board.
Can we get it up on the screen here? Because we're not.
We just got to see it. That's
yeah. We can't see what you see.
Yeah. Technical difficulties. We're working on it though.
This is live television, so or live stream.
And this is the first ever live stream that we've done in this manner. For SUNY Broome, for the local area. This is nice. It's all student run. The students here on this end anyway.
Yeah. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, that was one of the challenges when we had thought about doing a telethon. That was one of the challenges. How do we make that happen?
Yep.
And again, I can't say enough about the SUNY Broome communications department. So if you or your kids or your grandkids are interested in a career in film, radio, photography, public relations, podcasting, anything in media, they should definitely look into the communications department at SUNY Broome Community College.
Yeah. And make sure you're listening to all the stations on Equinox Broadcasting as well. Cool 106.7, 100.5 Solid Gold, and 104.5. 95 The Drive, or 107.1 The Bear. All those stations, they play wonderful music. I love listening to all of them. And it's great, like one for every genre.
We do. We have a radio station for just about every demographic out there.
Or format, whichever.
Exactly, yep. And locally owned and operated, which is becoming more and more rare these days. So
I think we've got our tally board.
All right, let's see. We've got our tally board up and running. We got it on this screen. Is it on the live stream? It's on the live stream. We've got it on here. All right, let's see how we're doing so far in our first hour here at the Gold Together Telethon.
So far we have $100 raised.
$100 raised for our Gold Together Telethon. Hey, that's $100 more than we had an hour ago.
Yep, and we're just getting started.
Without a doubt. So again, please, if you have not done so yet, please consider making a donation. And again, all the ways you can donate, you can scan that QR code in the bottom of your screen. You can visit ACSSouthernTier.com. If you're watching this live stream on a website, one of the Equinox Broadcasting radio station websites by chance, there is a donate button right above the live stream video. You can also stop right down here to Oakdale Commons between noon and 6 p.m. I haven't told my Equinox Broadcasting folks yet. But for the next hour, anybody that stops down to Oakdale Commons and donates at least $20, we've got some Binghamton Rumble Ponies tickets we'll give away.
Oh, wonderful.
Hey.
Wonderful. Come on down, help out a good cause, see a great baseball team. I attended the Binghamton Rumble Ponies Welcome Back dinner. Those guys are ready to go. They've got some great prospects there in the New York Mets organization.
Without a doubt.
And you're going to get a really good family event, family activity for everyone. So.
Absolutely. So for the next hour, come on out here to Oakdale Commons and donate at least $20. And we've got some Binghamton Rumble Ponies tickets here for you. So, all right, Tim, I think we've just about wrapped up our hour.
Hour number one. Yeah, we're just getting started, believe it or not.
We are. We've got a couple of new hosts that are be coming on. Cool 106.7 Zone, Chimes in the morning. And our polka princess, Barb Mack, is going to be...
I love Barbie Mack. I love Barbie Mack. Can't wait to see her.
So they're going to be joining us. In the meantime, though, we've got a video from one of your former students who is teaching now.
Yes,
Boise.
yes. So Miss Hogan over at Bosie's Video Production, their team has gotten together. They produce videos as well and take some courses to help them in their college studies too, so they can actually get college credit while they're in high school. And this is called The Interview, and it's been done by a student by the name of Ryan Forbadussi. And yeah, check it out. Take a look.
I can't believe I just got an interview for my dream job. I cannot wait for this interview. I am so excited. I am going to make sure that I nail this interview tomorrow. I'm going to set an alarm, wake up really early, prepare all of my answers to all the questions, and I'm gonna get the job. Just keep telling yourself that. I'm just gonna get the job. All right, I got this. I gotta set an alarm for 8 a.m. because my interview is at 10. And set. Time to get a good night's sleep. It was a really good night's sleep. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock. I only have an hour to be there. I have to go. I have so much to do. I don't have time for this. Out of all the days to wake up late, of course I had to wake up late today. Okay, what am I gonna wear? I have nothing to wear. Okay. This is gonna have to do. I have to find something to eat. I am starving. What time is it? Oh my god, it's 9:13 already? I gotta find something quick to eat. All right, I'll just make popcorn quick. Okay, I gotta go do my hair quick. I smell burning. My popcorn. No, 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 no. No, this is burnt. I can't eat this. It's whatever. I just need to find my keys. Okay, I think I left them over here. I don't remember. No. 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 Oh my god. They're in my car. It won't start. I'm just gonna have to run. It's only a couple miles.
Are you okay?
I'm just trying to get to my interview. My car won't start. I burnt my popcorn.
I got a car. We're getting you to that interview. Let's go. It's this way. Come on. How much time till your interview?
I got 10 minutes, but it takes 15 to get there.
Let's get onto turbo drive.
I only have 2 minutes to get there.
Hold on. I got a shortcut.
I only have 1 minute left. I'm gonna make it.
You got this.
Although that day started off not so great, I'm incredibly grateful that I had that surprise encounter. That day, I gained a new friend, and without him, I never would have landed my dream job. And that's all I know.
I did it! I got the job!
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. How
Ladies
are you?
first. I'm great.
Hi, everyone. I'm Barb Mack with Equinox Broadcasting. My partner in crime, I call him the Polka Prince. Shimes is here.
Hey, I am so honored to be here today to help out the American Cancer Society with the telethon today. I'm hoping that we raise a lot of money. It's for pediatric cancer research, and it's just, this is fun. We've had a great time. Ray and Tim did a great, fantastic first hour. Congratulations to those. I thought we would have to pick up Ray off from the floor after about the first couple of minutes, but he survived.
Yeah, and we will too.
Oh, you're going to pick me up off the floor. You know, Barb, cancer is the #1 disease-related cause of deaths among children 1 through 14 years of age, and raising money for the cancer research for that goes a long way.
I gotta tell you, when Ray and the staff and the American Cancer Society got together, they started planning this about 1.5 years ago, and they thought that maybe something would go on in the fall. We didn't quite make that deadline, so now we're here today. And when Ray said to our staff, do you remember?
Oh yeah.
I'll help. I'll help.
Yep,
I'll help.
we'll
Whatever
all
you
help.
need. Whatever
Yep,
you need.
here
Whatever
we
you
are.
need. It's about the kids today, Stephen.
And it's about donating, and you can do that right on your phone. You can do it right on your phone. Not my phone. You got to use your own phone. Smart device camera. There's a QR code. I believe it's right down here. Is it right there? It's right here. See it?
Is it really?
Yeah, it's right there.
Wow.
Scan that QR code, and you are all set. It'll get you. Take the link, just hit on it, or you could go to acssoutherntier.com and click on the donate button. You can also stop right here. We're here till 6 o'clock, and then the phone number. The phone number to call is right here, Barb. Right
Thank
here. See right there. Does anybody have any glasses for Barb?
Not yet. I'm not giving in, okay?
Okay, do the phone number, and then I'm going to do something.
607-235-2770. All about the kids, and we need more research if we want to be more successful. And where does this money go? Well, in collaboration for childhood cancer, that's exactly where it goes. And you know what?
Yeah, let's talk about people who have been very fortunate with cancer. Let's take it away to the survivors video.
I was 22 years old, and my father was diagnosed with cancer. He passed away 9 months later. The next year, my mom was diagnosed. She lived for 6 months. We'd not even been married for 2 years, and I had already lost both my parents to cancer, so I wanted to do something to make a difference.
When we're faced with a significant challenge, we have a fight or flight response, and Nan's response is fight.
That's when I found the American Cancer Society. I volunteered with a lot of their fundraisers, and we started the Virginia Beach, Virginia Relay for Life. They not only fund the critical research, but also all the different services like Road to Recovery, Hope Lodge. For 25 years, I told everyone about all the great things that they did. And then 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. It went full circle for me because I was now that cancer patient. Cancer isn't stopping, and so there's always a reason to keep fighting. There's always a reason to give. There's always a reason, to want to be involved. Too many people have to hear the words, "You have cancer." And through the American Cancer Society, your money goes to help all of them.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Barb Mack with Equinox Broadcasting, and Jamie Kane is here. Hi, Jamie.
Hi, Barb.
How
It's
are you
great
doing?
to see you.
It's
I'm
great
doing
to
well.
see you. Love partnering with you.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your position with the American Cancer Society.
So I'm Associate Director of Development for the American Cancer Society. I cover northeastern Pennsylvania, the southern tier of New York, and the Lehigh Valley in Pennsylvania. I have a team, and I work with great volunteers like your own Ray Scott, who really help us drive the mission forward in all of our communities. So this is exciting because this was Ray's idea.
Oh,
as
boy.
you know. It was his brainchild, and it was to let's bring the community together around a singular issue. And pediatric cancer and childhood cancer in particular. You think about when an adult is diagnosed with cancer. Unfortunately, imagine that of a child. It is heart-wrenching, it is heartbreaking. There's so many more resources that are necessary. There's so much more that goes into it in terms of psychosocial help that's needed. I can't imagine as a stepfather, I cannot even imagine. Myself, I've been with the Cancer Society, we were talking a little bit, for 25 years.
That's a long time.
And it's been a long time, but my cancer journey has been way longer than I'm 49 years old. When I was in elementary school as they say up here, I had a classmate who was diagnosed. Now this was in the 80s, and in the 80s we didn't talk about cancer. So when she was in our class, no one told us she was sick. No one pulled us aside. So you can imagine as kids, when someone's going through hair loss, going through changes in their body, so I remember later on in life apologizing to Tina that I didn't do more to help her through that journey, right? Because that's tough. The good news is, as a 49-year-old, she's surviving to this day, and she's thriving. Unfortunately, that's not always the case.
Correct.
And I have another, when we were in college, one of my other good friends, her sister was diagnosed. She was 16. Within 6 months, she lost her battle. And as we know, we're here for cancer research, trying to fund as much of this as we can. And childhood cancer is an underfunded area of research. We need more research for childhood cancer. Specifically, and that's why the Gold Together program was created. That's why we're here today. That's why we're in our goals.
Yep.
We're trying to raise as much as possible. So that's, in a nutshell, what we're trying to do. And Ray's genius was, trying to focus on this issue so we could raise as much funds as possible.
I think when anybody hears that it's all for the kids, it's a different situation where, they haven't lived yet. It's not that I'm deterring regular adulthood cancer, but they haven't had a chance yet, and now they're going to go through this enormous fight, not only them, but their parents and their family, and research is where it's at.
It is, and one of the videos, so we're lucky to partner with BOCES, and BOCES had some really cool videos that were created by younger folks. We want that to be the experience, right? And there was the one video we just saw, it was someone who was late for their job interview. And wouldn't it be great if that's the stress that a young person has to deal with?
Sure.
And not having to worry about a cancer diagnosis, right? So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure they get to live that experience. We have more folks that are living into becoming creators, right? Becoming the next researcher, becoming the next athlete, and that's the focus.
I agree. I absolutely agree. So I've been telling our Equinox family of broadcasters to come on down and see all of us that we're here, and tell our listeners to come on down. And that's one way that we can donate today. They can come right here and see us.
They could come hang out. They could, heckle, as we've had a couple suspicious folks walk by. Right? So ACSSouthernTier.com is another way. This QR code that we think is right under there is another way. But there's many ways to donate, but however you want to donate, we just want you to donate, right?
Absolutely. You want me to run the ways through how?
Yeah.
Come in and join
I'll run
us.
through the
I'll
ways
share
to
it.
donate.
That's the only time I'll share my microphone.
First of all, you can go to the QR code, which is right here. The QR code is right here. You can visit ACSSouthernTier.com and click on the donate button there. You can stop down right here. We're here till 6 o'clock. All three of us will be here till 6 o'clock. Everybody will be here. Even the House of Sport will be here at 6 o'clock tonight. So make sure you donate here. You can stop by. And then if you'd like to call 607-235-2770. That's 235-2770 if you want to make a donation.
We have that donation option with the phone because sometimes you just need help, right?
That's the way the telethons used to work. You would call the phone, and the phone bank will pick up on this, and then they'll make us do crazy things like, come up from like this.
Where'd he go? Live TV.
But right now, what do you say we head off and get to another video, this one with Vicki, and we're going to talk about estate planning.
Well, I've been with the American Cancer Society for 18 years. I started my career in Louisville, Kentucky, managing some of our distinguished events, gala, wine tasting, that kind of thing. And then I moved into Relay for Life events. And then in 2013, I moved to Massachusetts and managed Relay for Life events on the North Shore of Boston for two and a half years. And then in 2016, I moved to Baldwinsville, just outside of Syracuse. And that's when I became, I started my career in gift planning, estate planning, legacy gift giving is a better way to describe it. Research has given us so many breakthroughs. We've been funding cancer research since 1946, I believe, over $5 billion in cancer research that we have funded. And our funding has been behind every major breakthrough in the fight against cancer. So the Pap smear and colonoscopies and mammograms, better treatments, targeted treatment for cancer, which is what we're seeing most of now. So it's really the foundation of everything that we do for cancer patients globally. I mean, a lot of people are interested in if they're going to give a donation and their money staying with a local entity. But what we try to help people understand is research that is happening in upstate New York is benefiting people all over the world. And research that's happening in Seattle, Washington is benefiting people all over the world. So it's so important that we find the best and the brightest to fund the research that is going to have the greatest impact on the most people. So it's just absolutely fundamental to what we do. I'm a part of the American Cancer Society. I'm fortunate that it's not only my career, but it's my calling. I feel like this is my purpose in life, is to help find an end to cancer. It just, there's several thousand of us employees and millions of volunteers and supporters, and we're all just one little cog in the wheel, all doing our part to end cancer. So just helping to educate the public about the American Cancer Society, the work we do, the need for funding research, and encouraging them to give what they can. That's the bottom line. That's what's important. And and some people can't give, but they can give their time and their talents, and we need all of that. What I focus on at the American Cancer Society is educating people about the way they can make a legacy gift. In some instances, we call it planned gifts or planned giving, but what it really means is incorporating a legacy gift in your will, your IRA, something in your estate. Because most of the people watching can write a check for $25 or $50 or maybe $100, but very few of us can write a check for $10,000 or $20,000. But the time we can do that is the time of our passing. So at that time, our IRAs, our houses, all of our possessions, that has a value, and that value will be passed on to someone, our loved ones, our children, our spouses. But there's always an opportunity to leave a portion of that to causes that you care about. And so I just want to educate people about the ways to do that, how impactful it is for the American Cancer Society. Last year in 2023, gifts that came in from people's wills and IRAs and trusts was 24% of the revenue that came in. So it goes a long way to funding cancer research and patient services and education and all of the work that we do. It's a significant part of what we do. Our average bequest from a will is about $40,000, but we've had them as low as $100 and as high as, multi-million dollars. So there's room in there for everyone. It's not just for rich people. It's not just for people who don't have kids. Everyone can consider giving, a % or 2 or 5 off the top to the American Cancer Society and make a much greater gift impact. And we're talking about 20, 30 years in the future. So I'm looking, it's not, a planned gift wouldn't necessarily affect our goal here today, but it will affect the American Cancer Society well into the future. And knowing that we're going to have those gifts coming in 20 or 30 years helps us plan for the future and better budget for the work that we want to do. Thank you all for all that you're doing. Thank the viewers and the donors for contributing. As I said before, supporting the American Cancer Society is near and dear to my heart. Obviously, ACS is a recipient of part of my retirement plan when I pass away, and that's really the only charity I give to. Sometimes to some local ones in my village, but mostly supporting the American Cancer Society is to me the most important thing that we can do. And I appreciate everyone's support and concern.
Hi, gang. I'm Sean from Equinox Broadcasting. With me, Barb Mack from the Barb Mack Polka Show on Solid Gold 104.5 and 100.5.
You make it so much fun.
I do. I try.
You make mornings fun, too.
Oh, shh, don't tell anybody. It's a secret.
You know what my favorite is? You say, I'm going to shut up and play the music. That's my favorite. Can I say that to you like many times a day?
Many times. All right, let's talk about the Gold Together. We've been talking about the Gold Together program, and you've got a lovely blouse on there
and you
today.
have a lovely time, my friend.
Oh, thank you, Barb.
You wanted gold-plated, and I told you we're in radio.
I know. But let's talk about the Gold Together program. $11 million has been raised since 2019. $11 million. That's like 2 weeks worth of pay for me.
Really?
Yeah, no.
I'm in the wrong
business.
business.
That's a lot of money. That's an awful lot of money. 144 communities supporting this cause, including Binghamton now. How about that? 550 Gold Together campaigns since 2020 and 3,100 volunteers. How amazing is that?
But I've got to tell you, you heard Jamie from the American Cancer Society, and this is one of the cancers that doesn't have a lot of people pushing for it, and that's what we're here for.
And you would think with the kids,
it's all about the kids.
If you want to donate, go to the QR code, which is right down there in the corner. Just take your smartphone and point it at it, and then when it comes up with the link, you push on that. You can also go to ACSSouthernTier.com, or you can click on your favorite Equinox Broadcasting's website and get to the link as well.
They can come and see us.
They could come here and see us.
What?
Oh. You are such a joy to see online.
There you go.
So they can do that. And if you want to call 607-235-2770. Those are the ways to donate. Now, let's see how we're doing. Let's check out the tally board. So that's 464. That's a good start here as we get going. We're going till 6 o'clock today. And we have another video for you to check out right now.
I think it's important, Stephen, that when it comes to childhood cancer, that we take a look at it more. I mean, it's already devastating when someone gets cancer, and it's a disease that does not discriminate.
It doesn't discriminate whether you're 60, 70,
Correct.
80, 1, 10, 12. The pediatric cancer, oh, man.
It just makes it hard for the whole family.
But
and
the
now
whole family.
The whole family. We have to remember that. And today we have an interview with a sibling, which is very interesting because...
So let's check it out. Here's Haley Adams.
Hey everyone, my name is Haley Adams and I'm a freshman at the University of Alabama. Just this year, over 9,000 children will be diagnosed with pediatric cancer. And out of those 9,000 children under the age of 15, over 1,000 of them will pass away to this horrible disease. When I was 3.5 years old, my older sister Hannah was diagnosed with stage 3 nephroblastoma, which is a rare form of childhood kidney cancer. This forever changed my life because I was able to see the impact that childhood cancer had not only on my community, but also my family. I've been involved in the American Cancer Society organization since the age of 6 years old, and this has changed my life forever as well. I've been able to help raise over $20,000 for pediatric cancer research, as well as just share my story within the community. I hope that you will also be able to get involved in supporting the fight against childhood cancer, whether that means donating money, raising money, or just going out, sharing your story, or even wearing a yellow ribbon. anything can make a huge impact because I believe we can all agree that we need to live in a world where no child ever has to hear the words, "You have cancer." Hey everyone, my name is Haley Adams and I'm a friend.
Hi, and we're back.
We are back.
American Cancer Society, it's the Gold Together program. This is Barb Mack from Equinox Broadcasting.
Stephen Shimes.
I'm Shimes from the morning show on Cool 106.7 and middays on Solid Gold 100.5 and 104.5. Sunday mornings you have the Polka Show.
Yep.
And what's coming up this week?
We're going to keep you dancing. We're going to play a lot of Jimmy Sturr coming to Polka Fest Sunday, August 25th.
Jimmy Sturr coming? Yeah, that's
had to
great.
get that in there.
Yeah, you did. So let's talk about where the money goes.
I think that's important.
Yeah.
Very,
for
very.
childhood research. Gosh, man, where does the money go, Barb?
So we build communities of support. They literally help your entire family. And as we have talked about, this disease does not discriminate, especially childhood cancer. So you're looking at moms and dads taking time out of their jobs, providing for the family, and together with the funds raised not only for research, it's much needed support and resources for the cancer caregivers, and that's where it needs to go.
That's exactly where it needs to go. And how can you donate? Well, there's a couple of ways. First of all, you could come right here.
We'd love to see you.
Oakdale Commons, right in front of Dick's House of Sport. We're all set up here. The whole technical crew deserves a big round of applause because they are really killing this. The online stream, just a great job. I've been having a little bit of fun with them off mic and off camera, and they just take it like a grain of salt.
They can't wait till your hour is over.
Oh, yeah, they can't wait. But, yeah, you could donate by coming here to the mall.
Absolutely.
You can also go to the website, acsoutherntier.com, which is right online, just acsoutherntier.com. Click on the donate button. Or you can point your phone here, Barb. You get to point at it now. Right there. Right there.
How do you know it's right there?
It's right there.
Okay, it's right there.
It's because I'm telepathic, Barb.
Yeah, you're something. I don't know if it's telepathic.
So you can do that. Or we got a lovely phone number you can call.
Absolutely. Please give a call to 607-235-2770. We looked at the tally board. It's at 486. We've got a little bit to go. But let me tell you, 5, 10, 15, 20. We'll take whatever you can donate for childhood cancer today.
Donate now, please.
Please.
Just do the QR code. It's real easy to do. All right, we're going to check in right now with another video. This is Serena Dang.
Hi, my name is Serena Dang, and I'm a 19-year-old college student from Montville, New Jersey. From ages 1 to 15, the impact that cancer as a disease could have on a person had not crossed my mind. It wasn't until cancer made itself known, by burdening my loved ones, that I began to resent this evil and what it afflicted on those I loved. Within the past 2 years, both my dad's sister and my mom's brother were diagnosed with breast cancer and colorectal cancer, prompting them to undergo chemotherapy and render themselves physically unrecognizable. It led me to question why cancer had chosen them, why it wanted their families to endure financial and physical stress, and why it wanted to take control of their lives. At this moment, I imagined such worries that cancer could inflict on a child, prompting stress and hardship during a time meant for innocence and exploration. I soon came to realize that this wasn't just a figment of my imagination. It was the reality for over 400,000 kids who get diagnosed with childhood cancer each year. From that point, I began using my time to research organizations which provided financial support to families facing childhood cancer, which led me to Gold Together. Through the stories of survivors and eye-opening statistics, I came to learn that only 4% of federal funding goes towards researching childhood cancer. Despite clinical research playing a pivotal role in early treatment and prevention, I found myself circling back to my original question: why? Why did cancer target these children? Cancer could not provide me with a reason why, but as witnesses to its actions, we can all play a part in answering the how, as in how can we help these children beat cancer? Just as cancer limits the normalcy of a child's life, a lack of funding limits the bounds of life-saving research. With your financial support, radiology labs can finance experiments and data analysis to track early signs of cancer and develop treatment methods. With your financial support, children can fulfill their joyous dreams and no longer contemplate why cancer chose them, but instead celebrate how they conquered cancer. Donate today and be a part of that huge celebration. The kids can't wait. Thank you.
I'm Barb Mack from Equinox Broadcasting. I'm here at Stephen Scheimer. He's our morning man on Cool 106.7. I'm on the weekends on Solid Gold 100.5 and 104.5, and we are together here with the American Cancer Society. Stephen, cancer is the #1 disease-related cause of death, children 1 to 14. It does not.
Unbelievable.
It doesn't
those
discriminate
numbers.
at all.
It doesn't discriminate. Think about it. I mean, the #1 cause, it's not anything else other than cancer.
We want these children running and playing and being kids. We don't want them sick, so we need donations in order to increase the research. So, Stephen, where's the money go?
Well, the money goes, the American Cancer Society funds scientists and conduct innovative research on childhood cancer at medical schools, universities, research institutions, and hospitals all around the country. As of January last year, the ACS is funding 44 multi-year research grants for a total of, get this, $26 million specific to childhood cancer. We need help. In partnership with the St. Baldrick's Foundation, childhood cancer research funding grants total $4.4 million in July of 2021, and that positively impacts the kids, right?
You know about the
that's a
St.
lot of money.
Baldrick's, where
No, tell me more about
everybody shaves their head for a donation. We could do that.
We could.
Yeah. How much would you like somebody to donate if we shave your head?
I would like it to be a rather large donation.
Okay. Would that be $100?
You know, there are, you know what? That's not a bad idea.
You want to go shorter for the summer?
That's not a bad idea, $100. Now, how about you? What would it take for you to shave your head?
No amount.
No amount. Point your phone to this QR code right here. That's how you can donate. You can come on down right here, and you can see Barb and I and shake hands and say hi. You could go to the website, acsoutherntier.com, and then the phone number is 607-235-2770. This video is going to get you right now.
I have a friend, and her name is Elizabeth. She's a kid like me. Wait, can I tell you her story?
My name is Elizabeth Widener. Shortly after my 12th birthday, I was diagnosed with stage 4 high-risk neuroblastoma. I have been fighting for 4.5 years and am currently on a phase 1 clinical trial.
Elizabeth wanted to save all the kids from childhood cancer.
These are the years they should be running and playing, learning how to ride a bike, and focusing on school. We need to find the best medicines so these children can grow up to become the next engineers, doctors, artists, farmers, or political leaders.
But she never got the chance. She was taken away too soon, just like a lot of kids with cancer. Why does this happen? Is there anything we can do? Your donation today could help save a child with cancer.
And we're back. American Cancer Society today, we're raising funds with the Gold program here. Listen, this is about the kids.
It is.
Cancer doesn't fight fair at any age, not at any age. It's so devastating for the kids. Would like to just take a moment and go over our sponsors.
Sounds
and
good.
We're going to talk a little bit more about the money, but we want you to donate. QR code right there. QR code is right there. Point your phone at it, your iPad, your computer. Just point your computer at it. No, you can't do that, can you? Well, just click on it. Next Star Media Group, Equinox Broadcasting, SUNY Broome Communications Department, Designing Value,
GHS Federal Credit Union, Delta Engineering, the Kane family, and Marchuska Brothers Construction. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your help here today. And again, you can donate. Very simple. QR code, acsoutherntier.com. The phone number is
607-235-2770. And we want to remind everybody that we'll be here up until 6. We have a whole bunch of staff from Equinox Family Broadcasting. You know, I have to tell you, Stephen, that I've been in radio a long time. You too, I know.
I've been in longer than you are.
Okay, all right. Well, it's been a long
'Cause you're
time.
younger
That
than
means
I
we're
am.
old.
Yeah, we are.
But I have to tell you, I think one of the coolest things still is when somebody is live and local, or when they're live like we are right now, and people to come in and see this. Over there we have John Fanning, who has been working so hard. He is actually broadcasting live. So if you want to see him talk into the microphone like he usually is staring at four walls at our radio station, he is right here.
Yeah.
Liam is our producer. He works behind the scenes. He is here as well. And our friend Sue, she's helping us with some of the live breaks.
Yep.
And we're all pulling together to make this happen for the kids.
Absolutely. Speaking of kids, at Union Endicott High School, it is really, really awesome. I was a teacher for the drum line for 12 years there, and I had an opportunity to work with Joe Brainerd. And Joe is fantastic with his musical productions. He did the marching band for a couple of years, but his musical productions are phenomenal. And this year's was Chicago.
Mr. Flynn! The reporters are here.
I'm in, Butch. Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Sunshine. You know my client, Miss Roxy Hart.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just so flattered y'all came to see little old me. I guess you want to know why I shot him, the rats.
Sit down, dummy.
Mr. Billy Flynn sings the press conference rag. Notice how his mouth never moves. Almost.
Where'd you come from?
Mississippi.
And your parents?
Very wealthy.
Where are they now?
6 feet under. But she was granted one more size, the convent of the Sacred Heart.
When'd you get here?
1920.
How old were you?
Don't remember.
Then what happened?
I met Amos, and he stole my heart away, convinced me to elope one day.
A convent girl? A runaway marriage? Oh, it's too terrible. You poor, poor dear. Who's Fred Paisley?
My ex-boyfriend.
Why'd you shoot him?
I was leaving.
Was he angry?
Like a madman. Still I said, Fred, move along. She knew that she was doing wrong.
Then describe it.
He came toward me
With a pistol.
from my bureau.
Did you fight him?
Like a tiger. He had strength and she had none. And yet we both reached for the gun. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both reached for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh yes, we both reached for the gun, for the gun.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh yes, we both reach for the gun, for the gun.
Understandable, understandable, yes, it's perfectly understandable, comprehensible, comprehensible, not a bit reprehensible, it's so defensible.
How you feeling?
Very frighty.
Are you sorry? Are you kidding? What's your statement?
All I say is, though my choo-choo jumped the track, I'd give my life to bring him back.
And?
Stay away from
What?
jazz and liquor.
And?
the man who
What?
plays for fun.
And what?
That's the thought that
Yeah?
came upon me
When?
we both reached for the gun.
Understandable, understandable.
Yes, it's perfectly understandable, comprehensible, comprehensible, not a bit reprehensible, it's so defensible.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both, oh yes, they both, oh yes, they both reach for
Let
the
me
gun,
hear it.
the gun, oh yes, they both reach for the gun, for the gun.
you got it?
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both, oh yes, they both, oh yes, they both reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh yes, they both reach for the gun, for the gun. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both, oh yes, they both, oh yes, they both reach for the gun, 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 the gun.
Both reach for the
And we're back. Chicago. What a production from the UE, Union Endicott, production company there with Joe Brainerd as the director. Just a wonderful job.
So how about we challenge the UE Tigers?
Yeah, challenge the Tigers to bring in some donations. Absolutely. Absolutely. Those of you who are Tigers, make sure you mention your Tigers and go to the QR code right here, like right over here. And you can visit acssoutherntier.com and click on the donate button there. You can stop right here or right here. And you know what? With us right now is our very own, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ray Scott. Come on in here, Ray. Ray.
I don't know if we need applause, but I appreciate it.
Well, that's the more applause, the bigger my donation will be. So
I heard this was all your idea.
Oh, no. This was definitely not all my idea. So I became the chair of the board of advisors for this American Cancer Society here in the Southern Tier a couple of years ago. And I wanted it to be a board of service. I wanted to do something. I wanted to help some way. Through conversation with other board members, of course, as my role as the general manager for Equinox Broadcasting, the general manager for Nexstar Media is also on the board, and so we thought combine her television stations, our radio stations, and hopefully we can raise some money for the American Cancer Society.
And you did a first hour. You did the first hour. How do you feel now? Are you okay? Did you get all the nerves out?
No. No.
You and Tim Skinner were just absolutely amazing, and Tim, of course, and SUNY Broom right here with the broadcasting. What do you think? How are we doing so far?
You know what? At this point, we are making money, and that's, for me, that's what's important. Every dollar counts.
It's all about the kids, isn't it?
It sure is. It sure is. You know, I've said it before. I'm a father. You're a father. You're a mother. You have grandkids. You have grandkids.
You have many kids.
I knew that was coming.
You opened me up for that one.
I do. But the thought of something like this affecting our kids, our grandkids. Sorry, I'm going to get choked up. But
no, it's true.
It's amazing.
I can't think of a more heartbreaking cancer than pediatric cancer. So when it came down to what do we want to support, pediatric cancer was for me, it was a no-brainer.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go forth and with all the donations here, that's really going to help the American Cancer Society in so many different ways.
Without a doubt. The Gold Together program does so much for pediatric cancer. And research being first and foremost. Obviously, we want to get as much research as we possibly can so that someday we don't ever have to say pediatric cancer again.
I don't ever want to say it again.
That'd be great. And any little help that you can give us today, we would sure love to see you. If you'd like to stop down and see us, your Equinox family of broadcasting is here. You can see what's going on. It's kind of cool.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Yeah, to watch our Equinox folks right across the hall there donating. Or broadcasting and soliciting donations on the radio. And you know what we'll do? For one more hour. So until, what time is it now? Until 3 o'clock. If you come to Oakdale Commons and you see us and you donate at least $20, we've got Binghamton Rumble Ponies tickets for you.
Awesome.
Hey, that's great. The QR code is right here, by the way. And you can go to the website, ACSSouthernTier.com. Donate there. Stop at the Oakdale Commons right here. Like he said, and the phone number, 607-235-2770. You want to check the tally board? Let's check the tally board. Here we go, and take it away. That's the tally board at 486. That's 486. So there you go. Want to thank our sponsors, Next Star Media Group, Equinox Broadcasting, SUNY Broome Communications Department, head up by Mr. Tim Skinner. Tim, come on in here for a minute. Woo! So before we went on air a little while ago, Tim, I asked you what you could do in 3 minutes, and you started to do an Irish jig.
Yeah. It was a vague attempt at an actual Irish jig.
It really was. How do you feel? It really was
It really
vague.
was. It
I don't
really
even
was.
know if it was vague. It was
Yeah.
just completely obscure.
Yeah. So someone who's professional out there is probably like rolling their eyes if they saw it.
Let's talk about your staff here. You got a great staff here today for this event.
Yeah, we've got a great crew. Our communications internship class is actually our crew today, along with our media techs, and they're taking care of the lights. They've helped gather the videos. They've helped do a couple of the interviews that you've seen today and put them together. They're taking care of our tally board over here and making sure we're staying live and on the air. And they're a great group of kids.
They're doing a great job.
Yeah, and the first time, this is the first time we've ever done this in the
Live. You're live here, and you're not at the school live.
Right. We're not at SUNY Broome right now. Sometimes we do our Thursday afternoon show, Broome Up Front, right there in our television studio. But today we're off site.
So wait a minute. Are we actually hosting Broome Up Front live?
Well,
close to it, right?
Close to it. We can say that. We can make you honorary members. We get you the coffee mugs.
Oh,
how about that?
I want
Good job.
coffee. You say coffee. You say coffee.
We lost them.
All right. Are you the QR code is right there where you are? Will you put your hand up and point to it?
Right about
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Make sure you get on the QR code. What is your staff's name? Let's start with the camera operator out in front of us.
We've got our media techs, Kadar Clark and Josh Wall. And we've got our interns. We've got Lyndon. We've got Carter. We've got Nate. And we've had Jack and Gavin and Ilana, and more to come. We're getting ready to do a little switch out here because they're in class too. So they're coming back and forth from their classes, donating their time to help out this cause.
This is just absolutely awesome. Thank you so
Couldn't
much,
do it without
Tim.
you, Timmy.
You're doing great. Can you just do the jig for me for a minute? Okay. All right, get out of here. Tim Skinner, ladies and gentlemen, appearing at an Irish jig near you this Friday night. Tip your bartenders and your waitresses. Nice job.
If you don't mind, I'd
don't
like to
mind.
talk about where the funds go. And we talked about research being the first thing, but I think it's very important because when we talk about childhood cancer, we know that it's not just an adult that's going to miss work and help with the family. Now we've got mom and dad and sibling that might be affected with childhood cancer, of course, with their family member. So what does the American Cancer Society and the Pediatric Gold Telethon do? I found this extremely interesting. These are just some of the services that they provide for you. They provide over 21,000 nights of lodging because you need to get to treatment wherever you are. They also provide 1,135 ways to call, chat with someone if you're concerned or you're lonely or sad, and also 393 rides, absolutely, because mom and dad are exhausted. They're trying to do everything they can to keep the family, and they're providing rides, they're providing video chats, they're providing instant messages, they're providing lodging, they're providing support in any way that they can, and that is just some of the ways that your donation will help fund the Gold Telethon today with pediatric cancer.
You can donate very simply. Click on the QR code, visit ACSSouthernTier.com, stop here at the Commons and see the staff here from the ACS, and also come down and see the staff here from SUNY Broome.
And our
also
staff.
from Equinox Broadcasting, John Fanning. Sue is over there, and Liam McManus is here as well. You and I are here too. Barb Mack, ladies and gentlemen. This is the polka lady. A few years ago, we were fortunate enough to bring Barb on board, called her right out of retirement, and she came in and is bringing Jimmy Sturr to town. How about that?
4th year in a row, your
Fourth
idea.
year in a row. So
all
we'll
your
see
fault.
see that in August. But we have a video ready set for you. And the video, get this. 110th anniversary.
This is the story of the American Cancer Society, a proven history of 110 years of wins in advocacy, research, and patient support. The story of how people don't have to face cancer alone. Because for 110 years, we have made significant progress against cancer together. Increasing our chances of survival by championing early detection tools and funding and conducting studies like the one that helped reduce smoking's deadly grip. Providing lifelines through patient support for people with cancer and those who love them. Like a home away from home for free. And helping make real change by raising all our voices to make cancer research a national priority. From day one, we believe that research can save lives. We have been committed to providing unwavering support, and we continue to stand up to achieve important policy change. Because we know that's how we can achieve quality cancer care that's equal for all. We are proud of our wins, but even more proud of the brave people that deal with cancer every day. And of all of you that support, donate, volunteer, and work to make it better for every cancer, every life. Now, let's keep making history together. Let's keep winning until we can end cancer as we know it for everyone.
Turn.
Hello.
Hi. We're back. American Cancer Society Gold Together program for pediatric cancer in the American Cancer Society. You want to donate? QR code's right here.
Stop down and see us. We would love to see you. Most of our staff will be here till 6. We have our 5 radio stations of Equinox Broadcasting. They are broadcasting live. It's pretty cool to see. We also have the SUNY Broome Communications Center here. They're here on site, which is something that's very difficult when they're learning. They're in between classes, and it's very cool to see this as well.
It sure is. And if you want to donate on the phone, 607-235-2770. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time for me and Barb to step out. Turn the microphones over to Jamie from the American Cancer Society. How many years?
25.
25 years. Congratulations.
When I was 2 years old, I started, so it was great.
Yeah.
But thank you guys, and thanks to Equinox for helping us out with this.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
We got to get that donation.
Got to get the donations in here.
It's got to move a little bit, right? Right here, right where it is. We have Christina from the team here as well, so we're going to talk a little bit about what the American Cancer Society does. But first, let's talk about how to donate. So, as they were saying, right here is that QR code. That's the easiest thing. Point your phone at that. You can make a donation. You could also just visit us at acssouthernttier.com. Just click that donate button, especially if you're watching that on the live stream right now. You can stop down here and join us. We're having some fun. We'll be here from 12 to 6 p.m. And then, sometimes, Christina, we know technology gets in the way. You need a little bit of help making that donation. So you could call us. And what's that number you want to call us at?
607-235-2770.
Awesome. So we've been talking gold. We're going to do a little bit of a pink takeover. So there's a big event that happens in the Southern Tier every year. It's called Making Strides.
Against breast cancer, Binghamton.
There you go. So tell us a little bit about, first of all, for a long time it was at Rec Park, and last year you made the decision to move it.
Yeah, so we're going into our 29th annual year, and wow, it blows my mind. And for many years it was at Recreation Park in Binghamton, and we made a decision because we were growing so rapidly and it was getting a little tight to move over to Otsiningo Park.
Yeah, so have an event that existed for that long, easy, difficult, nice,
As
larger space?
Yeah, it was, we had some logistical pains, but we figured it out, and it's going to be a lot smoother. You first time for everything, right?
Yeah, that's right. So,
but it was fun. We had a good time.
And this year, it's going to happen in October.
October 13th, so we moved it up significantly from our past year's events to the middle of the month. So hopefully it doesn't snow. We know how it goes here in Binghamton.
Never know in a snow globe.
But yeah, October 13th, it's 9 a.m. Registration opens, and we start walking at 10, and we hang out till about noon. So it's a fun day.
So if you're tuning in, obviously we've been talking gold for a long time. We switched. This goes to breast cancer research programs, breast cancer programs in general. But someone watching, they don't know what it is. Describe it in like 2 minutes what Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of Greater Binghamton is.
Sure. So Making Strides Against Breast Cancer is a one-day event where the community comes together and we have a very large celebration. We have special things for our survivors and thrivers, and we have just a lot of great partners in the Binghamton Southern Tier area that come out and have lots of goodies to hand out. So I usually like to describe it as we have like a big party and then we do a little walk because it is a non-compete walk, relatively flat. So we do want to make sure that everyone knows they can come and have a good time. It's just a really great day. You're allowed to laugh, you're allowed to cry. All those feels for all for breast cancer, which my mom is a 2-time breast cancer survivor. So Making Strides Against Breast Cancer was a big part of her recovery, and I continued with her to walk, and now I have the honor of planning the event.
So for us, and we're going to bring in our newest member of our team, Michelle here. So you mentioned your mom. For me, it was my dad. When I was in high school, he was diagnosed with a form of skin cancer that was very aggressive. Unfortunately, I lost him in the year 2000. Since then, I've lost so many uncles, aunts. But Michelle, as the new member of our team, cancer is personal to you as well. So a little bit about your story.
Yeah, I mean, in 2014, my dad was diagnosed with head and neck cancer. We were told it was gone away, and it came back. It was metastatic lung cancer. He lived with it for 3.5 years in stage 4, which is pretty unheard of, and he was very healthy and lived a great life up until close to the end there. And then within, I would say the last 15 months, my mom is one of 10, and we lost 2 of my uncles to cancer, one with liver and one with pancreatic cancer. So once I was seeing that this position was open, I mean, it played right into my heartstrings, what I care about, making a difference in my community and hoping to change the way others have to deal with cancer and help progress the research and all.
Yeah, and that's why we're here today, is the cancer research piece of this. So as we're all talking about, we think of cancer is a disease we usually expect an older person to get.
Yes.
And to us, it's almost unfair of a child having to experience this.
Absolutely.
So what we're trying to do is raise awareness to the fact that 1 in 5 children that are diagnosed with cancer still, they lose their battle. So much more is needed. We're making progress, but much more is needed in terms of research. That's why we need that QR code and that donate button.
QR code right there.
It's right there. We're going to let technology guide us on that one. But it's really important that we get those dollars to fund the cancer research, because the American Cancer Society, what I have been here for 25 years, what I love about our program is we focus on funding young investigators. So you guys, I'm preaching to the choir here, but as young investigators, you have that next great idea for how to tackle cancer, but you can't get the funding yet because maybe you don't have the experience to qualify for a larger grant. So you start with us. And there's an individual you're going to meet a little bit later. He's a great friend to the Cancer Society, great friend of mine, Dr. Bob Weiss, and he's at Cornell, where he has the Weiss Lab. And the Weiss Lab was founded in part through American Cancer Society funding. So that's right here in the Southern Tier that cancer research is happening. So when we're talking about funding cancer research, sometimes you think it happens in a place we never see or we never know where it is. You're going to meet Bob a little bit later. Bob is real. Bob lives in the Southern Tier. He lives in Ithaca. And he is a ACS-funded cancer researcher. And it is really important to make sure that we're getting that donate button clicked so we could fund more of that cancer research, particularly for an issue like childhood cancer.
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
So when we're talking about that, my experience with childhood cancer, I was sharing this a little bit earlier. When I was in elementary school, as we say up here in the Southern Tier. In my Scranton accent, I'll say elementary. But when I was in school and as a young person, one of our classmates was diagnosed. And at that time, we're talking the 80s, and cancer was something you didn't talk about in the open. And I remember the experience of knowing something was wrong because you could see it. You could see it in how it impacted her body, how it impacted her hair, how it impacted her weight fluctuations. But no one pulled us aside and said, hey, she's experiencing something. And now that is not the case. It's a little bit more celebrated. It's a little bit more understood. You know, much more goes into helping that person rally around that cancer diagnosis. So we've moved a little bit, and my classmate has survived for 30 years, which is a success story. So now we've queued up some great videos talking about different things throughout the day. So we are going to go over to a video with Linda, hearing a little bit more testimonial about why we're here.
So in 2003, I was happily raising my family with my husband. I had a 5-year-old son and twins who were 3. And one of the twins was just, something was going on with him. I really wasn't sure. He looked really pale. He used to wear like his hoodie. We noticed that he like was sleeping a little bit more, and when he bumped himself, he was bruising up. And so I thought, okay, maybe he's got anemia, or he's low iron or something. So I took him to the doctor, and the doctor right away, I could see in his eyes that he was concerned, like more than just low iron. So he sent us for blood work to the local hospital, and the woman there said, the woman who took the blood said, oh, you'll hear from your doctor in a couple days. And I'm like, well, the doctor said he was gonna get back to me like today. So I knew there was something going on. And the doctor contacted my husband and told us we needed to get up to Syracuse, to Upstate Medical. They had a childhood cancer clinic and center there. And I remember walking in there and seeing like little bald children kind of walking around. And I was like, what am I doing here? Like it was, there was definitely, I didn't know what was going on. And so we did meet with the doctor, and the doctor told us that Eric had childhood leukemia, acute lymphocytic leukemia, childhood cancer. And immediately I thought, he's gonna die. Like that's all I knew really about leukemia. My husband, who's a dentist, he knew a little bit more, so he was a little bit more educated about, blood cancers or things like that. So immediately they had to admit him, and they needed to put in a port, which was the way that they could give him red blood cells, platelets, and then eventually chemotherapy. So we scrambled, we relied on our family. Neither of us are originally from the greater Binghamton community, so family did come in to help us, friends helped us. We initially reached out, once we kind of got our bearings, we reached out to organizations like the American Cancer Society, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and we kind of went along our way. 11 months after Eric started his treatment, he relapsed, which means the cancer came back. And that's not a good sign, because that means that the treatment he was getting was not enough to fight the cancer or whatever. It meant basically the cancer came back. So interesting enough, when you have a relapse, there's no like file folder to pull out and say, this is what you need to do. And so we met with the oncologist, the pediatric oncologist in Syracuse. We started thinking about other hospitals around the country because with a relapse, that's even more dire. While this was all going on, we were actually worried about Eric's twin brother as well, because why would one twin get cancer and the other one not? And Brian did have a, like a 25% chance that he could also have the marker which created the leukemia. Eventually what we did was I actually contacted different hospitals across the country, and even a doctor in Great Britain who had done some work with twins in leukemia. And eventually all of them felt that the best option for Eric was not necessarily further treatment, but to do a bone marrow transplant because he had a twin brother. And so our whole family was tested to see what our markers were. It's called HLA testing. And Brian was an identical match. His twin brother was an identical match. Now, clearly as the parent, getting another child involved, but again, these highly rated hospitals across the country were telling us that this was Eric's best chance. So we actually band together and started working with the pediatric oncology area at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, which is originally where I'm from. So we had a big support network there. And we had the support network to take care of our other children while Eric was going through this bone marrow transplant. And we spent the summer down at CHOP, and Eric received an incredible amount of radiation, cranial radiation, total body radiation, and then chemotherapies, that a bunch of different chemotherapies to prepare him for the transplant. And then Brian, I'll never forget, transplant day, driving Brian in the car, who was, we had to drive into CHOP at like 5 in the morning, and the sun was coming up, and, driving my other son into the hospital for the day. And they took bone marrow from him, and they then it actually comes in like a bag, like when you're giving blood, kind of like those plastic kind of bags. And then they gave the bone marrow to Eric, and then Brian got to stay with him for the day because Eric was pretty much in isolation, and he eventually was able to come home, and he did kindergarten at home, but then started first grade at the school. Eric is 25 years old today. He'll be 26 this year, and he just graduated with his doctorate in physical therapy from the University of Pittsburgh. And although he deals still with long-term side effects from the chemotherapy and the radiation that he will live with probably for the rest of his life, he'll continue to go to a clinic that keeps track of how the treatment affected him. He's living a full and active life. So we're kind of all back to normal. It's, been quite a journey. And thank God, Eric had an identical twin brother, because I'm not sure if he didn't have an identical match, I'm not sure if he would still be with us today. Very excited about this first ever Gold Together telethon in our community, in the greater Binghamton community. Pediatric cancer needs more attention, and this campaign and the American Cancer Society does award grants, research grants, to people who are looking more into pediatric cancer and how we can better treat children who are diagnosed with cancer. Some of the stats I've heard is that 1 in 5 children who are diagnosed with cancer, children diagnosed with cancer, at least one of those 5 will die. And we need to do more. And I do believe that pediatric cancer is not as heavily funded as just cancer in general. And childhood cancer is specific, and we're talking about the growth, and a lot of times these kids, their brains aren't even fully developed, and unfortunately a lot of the treatment that these children are getting affects other parts of their bodies. It could affect their brain, it could affect their development. So the better we learn about the treatment options and what their effects are, the better these children will be, and the more chance that they'll have to live a healthy life and not die. It put me into a world that I never expected to be part of. Learning about blood cancers and supporting and connecting with other parents who are dealing with a child with cancer. When you have a child with cancer, there's not a lot of services out there for you. You really have to be you have to be your child's advocate, but also be your own advocate as a parent, because not only as a parent are we dealing with our sick child, but we're dealing with the rest of our family. We're dealing with the school that our child goes to. We're dealing with our relationship with our partner. There's so many different things that when you have a child who's diagnosed, there's so many things that affect you as an individual. So I do believe it's made me stronger. I do believe, as a mama bear, like I kicked into action mode. But I also believe how important it is to, be involved again, like with organizations and initiatives like this that are fighting for these kids and giving them a chance, and offering support to the families. It's just really important. So I think it's made me more of a volunteer and wanting to give back. And thank goodness my child is still alive, but I'm still connected to many parents who are either have a child living with the long-term side effects or have lost their child to cancer. So I remember having a light bulb moment when Eric was going through treatment, and it was when he was receiving radiation, and they put him in a room, that has the radiation symbol on it, and they put him in a room where he's laying down, and I had to stand outside the room, but I could see his face in a little screen, and the techs or the doctors were gauging everything on this monitor or piece of equipment to focus in on what he was getting. And I remember thinking to myself, man, how do they know how much to give him so that it'll kill off these cancer cells, but not too much so that it won't kill him or kill his liver or whatever. And I had this epiphany moment because I had given to research and I had donated to organizations and stuff in the past, but that was so personal and so profound to me because he was receiving treatment from the research that people had done to help him, again, so that they give him enough to fight the cancer, but not too much that it's going to affect his quality of life or his life in general. And I really think that money for research is extremely important because there needs to be trials and there needs to be studies and there needs to be research done so that the best form of treatment can be given to these children so that they have a fighting chance. I really do believe that every dollar counts. So if people have $5, if they have $100, if they have $2,500, please donate because it really has an impact on these children, and it has an impact on their families, and it has an impact on these people who are spending their time researching childhood cancer different kinds of childhood cancer, because there's so many different kinds, and every dollar matters. So I do believe that people should, open their pocketbooks. I think it's important to know that if you don't have a lot of money, that's okay, but you can still contribute. And, I just want to thank, it takes a village. And I just want to thank all the people, in my life that have helped me and my family through this ordeal that we faced, this tragic time of our life. But I also want to thank the people who are willing and who are going to rally around this Gold Together telethon and initiative so that we can continue to fight and give these children wonderful lives.
Welcome back. We are at Oakdale Commons in beautiful Johnson City. I don't know if it's beautiful outside, Bruce, but beautiful Johnson City, New York, but it's not snowing.
It's raining.
It's raining. It is raining. So I'm going to introduce a face that's probably familiar to a lot in the viewing public. But Bruce Boyer is the chair of Security Mutual Life, the trustee of Sock Out Cancer, a good friend to the Cancer Society, a good friend personally. Bruce, Sock Out Cancer, what is it and why did you start it?
Well, first of all, Jamie, thank you for inviting us here today to be part of your telethon. This is really incredible what you're doing, and we're excited to be partners with the American Cancer Society.
Thank you.
And that has a lot to do with you, man, because you're the one that put that together. Well, as I mentioned before, I think everyone has seen the socks of Sock Out Cancer. There are 26 colors of cancer. These are representative of several forms of cancer that are on the socks. But actually, Sock Out Cancer began, Jamie, in 2017. It was actually my wife's idea. What we were looking for a cause that everyone could agree to. And that's not the easiest thing in the world. But Sock Out Cancer itself was designed, it was created. The mission is to help individuals that have cancer, and I'll just look at the audience a little bit. So the mission of Sock Out Cancer really is to support individuals that unfortunately have cancer but also have basic living expense needs for items such as food, transportation to treatment, maybe a little help with the rent, so the basic financial support. And that's really what it was created to provide.
And that's so important because we talk about a cancer diagnosis, right? There's great treatments out there. Luckily, locally, within the state of New York, within the United States of America, we have some great treatment centers. But if you can't get there to treatments, so if you have to stay away or you need a ride to treatment, that's a burden that might not be able to be overcome.
And we've really been blown away by that fact that individuals that actually defer their treatment because they don't have gas money to get somewhere, or they're worried about their paycheck, which we all understand. But I can't imagine trying to fight such a horrific disease when you can't nourish your body with good food, right? I mean, it's not meant to be that way.
And we talked about this a little bit, but when my dad was diagnosed, the type of cancer he had was a little invasive, so he wasn't able to swallow. And to that point, if you can't eat, you can't sustain yourself. It's really hard to keep up your body to fight a disease like cancer, right? So
it is.
I love that you think about it from that perspective of the whole body is fighting cancer, the whole family is fighting cancer, and how can I, Bruce Boyer, help? And that's where you came, and that's why it's so cool what you've done with Sock Out Cancer.
Well, and it's way beyond, since you mentioned my name, there are a lot of trustees and a lot of volunteers.
For sure, right.
Because we are an all-volunteer group, which means after we pay for the socks, every dollar that we raise, whether it's through a concert, that net proceed goes dollar for dollar to the local community. And when I say local, it depends where the socks are being purchased by zip code or where a concert is being held. Like we've done Albany, we've done Binghamton, we've done Syracuse, just as examples.
Yeah. So we're going to talk a little bit about how we're working together. But before we do that, I want you to talk a little bit more about Sock Out Cancer Day in the state of New York is coming up, and then your concert. So let's start with Sock Out Cancer Day. What is that, and what is it all about?
Well, thank you for mentioning that, Jamie, for a lot of reasons. We are so proud that the New York State Legislature, both in the Senate and the Assembly, have dedicated June 2nd to be Sock Out Cancer Day in New York State. And on this particular resolution, both Republicans and Democrats are sponsoring the resolution, and they all voted for this resolution because it is that cause. Cancer is something that everybody believes in.
And I'm smiling because this is not something you normally hear about Democrats or Republicans coming together on an issue, right?
No,
and that's
but
why it's so important.
And it's a great example that we're more alike than we are different when it's framed appropriately and you have the time to do it. But I'm so proud of the fact that the legislature has done this for us. And in that resolution, they actually put a financial number in there for New York State, and we're in other states now also. But in New York State, since this idea started in 2017, we've now distributed in excess of $1.6 million, and that's actually stated right in the resolution.
$1.6 million.
And growing.
And growing, and that's amazing.
But unfortunately, the need is growing also.
The need is growing,
So-
and you're also thinking about, because sometimes someone might think of this as started in Binghamton, but to your point, you're in areas in New York State, outside of New York State, you're growing nationwide.
We are, and we're an all-volunteer organization, which means that every dollar in, the net proceeds go directly to the cause. And we're in a series of hospitals locally. When we go into a particular area, we want to go to all the hospitals because we don't want a cancer patient any type of discrimination based upon where they're getting their treatment, right? We want to feed them, we want to help them, because that's our mission.
And plus, when you're working directly with the health systems, you're understanding exactly what the issues are in that community, right? Because you're hearing it right from them, and that's important too.
Well,
no, you're good. So before we get a chance, concert coming up.
Yeah, we have a concert that we're doing at the Forum Theater here in Binghamton. It's going to be on October 19th. That particular Kevin Chalfant, who used to be with Journey, will be the lead performer. We're hoping to fill that because every seat that comes in, that money gets, the net proceeds go directly to the cancer patients. And since it's in Binghamton, that will be cancer patients locally here.
In Binghamton. So since we're talking about that, if we can, our partnership builds around Hope Lodge, right?
Absolutely.
So you mentioned these socks. So the purchase of the socks, after that, all the proceeds that we do of all these socks that we're selling together goes right to our Hope Lodge.
It does, and how incredible is that?
Right.
So we're selling the socks, they sell for $10. If $5 goes to the manufacturing, the other $5, because you give us the 10, we send that $5 along with every $5 on any pair of socks that you bring in, that goes directly to the Hope Lodge. Right. And how incredible, the Hope Lodge also gives away every dollar we give them. They don't take any money for processing that, just like our local hospitals don't.
And it's our patients, and we're fortunate enough, we were in a conversation with Bobby. Bobby is a local Binghamton, right? Really touched our heart. But the thing I think you, Kirk, and I, when we're in that interview, Bobby said to us, if it wasn't for Hope Lodge, he would have been sleeping in his car.
He did.
And I almost teared up again, and I could see it with
deeply that day.
Yeah.
And we can all say a prayer for Bobby.
We can.
Right?
We can.
So.
But we appreciate you. We appreciate the partnership with Sock Out Cancer. We appreciate you taking some time out of your day to talk a little bit to us on what we're doing. Yeah. And I think we're getting ready for another video package. But Bruce, thank you so much. Good luck on Sock Out Cancer Day and with the concert.
Thank you again for inviting us to be part of this today, getting the word out. And if anybody wants to become a supporter of Sock Out Cancer, the best way to begin is just jump on the internet, go to sockoutcancer.org. You can also do it the old-fashioned way, 607-338-SOCK.
Right, you can. Okay. So thanks again, Bruce. We're going to go to our video. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
And now, the merry murderesses of the Cook County Jail in their own rendition of the Cell Block Tango.
Pop. 6. Squish.
Cicero. Lipschitz. Pop. 6. Squish. Cicero. Lipschitz. Pop. 6. Squish. Cicero. Lipschitz. Pop. 6. Squish. Cicero. Lipschitz. He had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, I'll bet you would have done the same. Pop, 6, squish, Cicero. He had it coming.
Do you know how people have those little habits that get you down? Like Bernie. Bernie liked to chew gum. No, not chew. Puff. Well, I came home this one day and I'm really irritated. And I'm looking for a little sympathy. And there's Bernie laying on the couch drinking a beer and chewing. No, not chewing, popping. So I said to him, Bernie, you pop that gum one more time. And he did. So I took the shotgun off the wall and fired 2 warning shots into his head.
He had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. If you'd have been there, if you'd have heard it, I'll bet you would have done the same.
I met Ezekiel Young from Salt Lake City about 2 years ago, and he told me he was single, and we hit it off right away. So we started living together. He'd go to work, he'd come home, I'd mix him a drink, we'd have dinner. Well, it was like heaven in 2.5 rooms. And then I found out. Single, he told me. Single my foot! Not only was he married, oh no, he had 6 wives. One of those Mormons, you know? So, that night when he came home, I mixed him his drink as usual. You know, some guys just can't hold their arsenic.
He had it coming. He had it coming. He took a flower in its prime, and then he used it, and he abused it. It was a murder, but not a crime.
Now, I'm standing in the kitchen, carving up the chicken for dinner, minding my own business. And then towards my husband over in a jealous rage. You've been seeing the milkman, he says. He was crazy, and he kept screaming, you've been seeing the milkman. And then he ran into my knife. He ran into my knife to death!
If you'd have seen it, I bet you would have done the same.
Mitt keresek innit, azt mondják, hogy híres lákom a fotáférjem, megrecsaptam a fejet. De nem igaz, én általában jók nem tudom, miért mondja Uncle Sam. Hogy ilyen tettem? Próbáltam meg rendesen megmagyarázni, de mit tették meg?
But did you do it?
Not guilty.
My sister Veronica and I did this double act. My husband Charlie, he traveled around with us. Now, for the last number in our act, we did these 20 acrobatic tricks in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Splits, spread eagles, flip-flops, backflips. One right after the other. Well, this one night, we were in Cicero. The 3 of us sit up in a hotel room, had a few laughs, and we ran out of lights. So I went out to get some. I come back, open the door, and there's Veronica and Charlie doing number 17. Well, I was in such a state of shock I completely blacked out. I can't remember a thing. It wasn't until later, when I was washing the blood off my hands, I even knew they were dead. They had it coming. They had it coming. They had it coming all along. I didn't do it, but if I'd done it, how could you tell me that I was wrong? They had it coming. They had it coming. They had it coming all along. I didn't do it, but if I'd done it, how could you tell me that I was wrong?
I loved all the Lipschitz more than I could possibly say. He was a real artistic guy. Sensitive, a painter, but he was troubled. He was always trying to find himself. He'd go out every night, looking for himself. And on the way, found Ruth, Gladys, Rosemary, and Irving.
I guess you could say we broke up because of artistic differences. He saw himself as alive, and I saw him dead. The dirty bum, 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 the dirty bum, 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 bum. They had it coming, they had it coming, they had it coming all along. That's if they used us, and they abused us. How could you tell us that we were wrong? They had it coming, they had it coming, they had it coming themselves away. If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, I bet you would have done the same. You pop that gum one more time. You took it on December 30. Number 17, artistic differences. I bet you would have done the same.
And we are back, broadcasting live out of Oakdale Commons, right outside of the Dick's House of Sport. Still brand new. I think we can call it brand new. It's raining outside, so come on in. Join us at the Oakdale Commons. Right over there, you're going to see a little QR code, or you can log on to ACSSouthernTier.com, make a donation. Your donation today benefits childhood cancer research. We have a special guest, live TV. Joining me is Claudia Clark. Claudia is with the Martin Luther King Commission of Broome County, rocking her shirt. So talk to me a little bit about what Martin Luther King Commission does in Broome County.
Well, one of the things about Dr. Martin Luther King, he said, I had a dream. I had a dream that one day little black boys and little black girls and little white girls and little white boys would come together and go to school together and live out the dream. We are the dream. The dream is happening now. So we just want to continue that and make sure, especially in light of, oh my God, childhood cancer, especially in light of what you all are putting forth today, it's really, really important that we get on board with that support.
Right. And I do want to get to some of the great work that you do in the community, but before I do that, let's talk about your community. And we know cancer, it's unfair when a child has cancer, right? But cancer has also been unfair to the African American community. So talk a little bit about cancer's impact on your community.
Well, in terms of our community, there's only so many people of color that's in our community as it is. So we really, really need to galvanize support with regard to helping our people, and not just black people, but all of our people. If we help all of our people, we'll help black people too. So that's what Dr. King is all about. If we rise together, and that's what we need to do. We need to rise together so that together we can be successful at annihilating cancer, annihilating it.
For sure, and that's our goal. I have a Coach Martelli, who is at University of Michigan and St. Joe's. He always says crush cancer, and I think that's
right.
A great way to look at it. Crush cancer. And Dr. King's vision is so important of us all together as people.
Yes.
An issue like cancer, it impacts us all.
Yes.
And we need to, just like we need to come together as people, we need to come together to combat cancer.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And we need everybody. We need all the doctors, nurses. We need the ones that make the lunches, the ones that drive the buses. We need everybody to be a part of it because we rise together.
We do. And you made a donation on behalf of the Martin Luther King Commission, so we want to thank you for that and helping that happen.
Yeah.
But what activities do you have going on? What's some things coming out with Martin Luther King Commission in Broome County? Anything you want to share?
Well, what we usually do is we try to do something every season. So we're coming up on the time where we're going to celebrate the students who will be graduating. So we'll have some kind of graduation ceremony for them. We usually have it right there at Columbus Park. We also have where we give book bags and we give special things to, for example, last time we had connected with Boscov, and Boscov gave us $5,000 worth of book bags based on the amount of money that we gave him. He exceeded that. And we were able to work with the Binghamton School District, and we gave a lot of book bags. We gave a lot of book bags, a lot of school material. They were very, very supportive. And what was nice is that everybody was involved. The teachers were involved. The teachers got the parents involved. So we were able to, number one, give everything out that we had. And number two, we were able to give it to the different classroom, to the right teacher, so they were boys, girls, to the right sizes, because with everything that was going on with COVID, nobody was thinking, oh, Johnny grew out of his coat. And we gave it out just in time so that before the first big cold weather,
which it gets cold in Binghamton, right?
Everybody had what they needed, and mommy and daddy whoever did not have to think about, oh my God, Johnny don't fit the coat anymore. Oh my God, Sally, they didn't have to think about that because we had that covered for them.
So I want to ask you a little bit more. So I was fortunate, my wife and I, we didn't talk about this in advance, but we took a trip on the Civil Rights Trail. So we were down Alabama, we were in Georgia. I got to go to Ebenezer Church, and you get the chills when you're there. You get the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. still lives. Why is it important to keep his vision alive today?
I think it's important that we realize that it's not about history. It's all about now. It's all about keeping the dream alive now. And if we realize that we have a part to play in that, then we would play our part so that we could have a great performance. So that's what it's all about. It's all about us recognizing the greatness in each and every generation, and nurturing that greatness, nurturing it in school, nurturing it in college, like Broome Community College, nurturing that, so that they can be everything that God had designed for them to be.
And that's what's important with our theme here. We kind of came around this theme of we want kids to be kids. We don't want them to thinking about having to deal with cancer, right? We want them to grow up and be Kadar and learn how to do the behind-the-scenes stuff. I should pull them up in front of the camera. We should bring them over, but these kids, young adults, have been amazing to see. Everything we're seeing here today is because of them, and we want more kids to have that vision, not worry about the stress of having an issue like cancer to deal with.
Absolutely, and I think it's really, really innovative with regard to our Broome Community College stepping forward to do something like this. I commend our president of Broome Community College, who felt that this was something important, where he would have the whole department of kids, young adults, experience the real thing, experience the real thing. So not just book learning or in the classroom, they're coming and doing the real thing, yes.
Yeah. And they're never going to forget this experience, right?
Exactly.
They're never going to forget this experience. That's why it's so important. But we need to be able to focus on things like that. So we need donations. So we can't see it here, but let's just pretend there's a little QR code where you can point your phone, get right to the donation page. Donate right there. ACSSouthernTier.com is where you can directly make a donation. If there's individuals, come on down like you did, right? Yeah. Come on down to Oakdale Commons. There's a party here happening. We got Equinox broadcasting live on the other side of Kadar over on the other side of the camera. We're going to have Nexstar broadcasting here as well in a little bit.
And also, our president, Pastor Jones, he has been very instrumental in being innovative with us going forward with some things that has never happened before, like this. Right. This has never happened before. So he has always been innovative and supporting the Martin Luther King Commission to be part of what's on the cutting edge. So it's a pleasure to be here.
No, thank you so much. Thanks for joining. Thanks for coming. I won't take up too much more of your time. But Martin Luther King Commission, if someone wants to find out more about that, is there a website? Is there Facebook?
Yes, what I'll do is I'll give your cameraman our information, and you could put it up, because I know this will be going on until 6 o'clock. I'm sorry, I forgot my cards. I ran out the last, yes.
So we'll make sure we get that information up if someone wants to connect with the Martin Luther King Commission. Absolutely. But Claudia, it's so great to meet you. Thanks again for coming.
Thank you.
Again, we need those donations coming in, ACSSouthernTier.com, or you could... that little QR code, you can't see it, but it is there. or stop down the Commons, make a donation right here in person with us. We're going to go to another incredible video package right now. So we're going to talk about Laura a little bit. So
I'm
Laura's
Laura
video.
Eicher. I'm the Director of Childhood Cancer Initiatives at the American Cancer Society. And my focus, I always say, is to find ways for volunteers to get involved with the American Cancer Society with a focus on childhood cancer. I've been a volunteer for the American Cancer Society for 15 years. And for the past 5 years, I've been employed in my current role. I reside in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm married. I have one child, and that his name is Cole. And I'll be talking a lot about him. He's currently 22 and looking forward to graduating from the University of South Florida in May. My son was diagnosed with cancer, so Cole was diagnosed. So that connection to cancer started 10 years ago. He's my only child, and he was described as really healthy, athletic, a 12-year-old. He loves soccer, and he started having some unexplained nausea and then vomiting upon waking up with no fever or explanation. So, later in the day, he'd get back to feeling normal. So we kind of just, brushed it off because he was so healthy. But weeks later, started having some vision changes, some slight headaches, some unsteadiness. And so several visits, of course, to the pediatrician. He was diagnosed with adolescent migraines. And so we wanted it to be that, of course, but then things got a little worse as far as a little bit more unsteadiness, a little bit more double vision. So the ophthalmologist said, let's get an MRI. And of course, that told us exactly what it was. It wasn't adolescent migraines. He had brain cancer. So, 1 in 258 kids are diagnosed with cancer before the age of 20. So that's like 3 or 4 in every school, if you look at those numbers. And now he was, one of those children, and we were one of those, families. So, when you hear that, your child has cancer, you really just, I won't say it's like you're getting the wind knocked out of you. You really don't know what's going on. It feels like another world. But you hope and pray when you kind of get your wits about you that there's been some research that you can rely on that will save your child. And so thankfully, there had been people, as we say, years ago, who had dedicated some time, effort, knowledge, funds to this specific childhood cancer, brain cancer. And so he had a plan, he had a treatment plan, and he had a way to fight back. So, so we were really considered kind of lucky that people had done that. And we were moving forward with the treatment plan, which is brain surgery, 30 rounds of radiation, so a full month of radiation. Actually, 10 years ago, this month was that whole month of radiation. And then high dose chemotherapy, for 4 months. So kind of close to a year of treatment. So it wasn't easy, on a 12-year-old. It's not child-sized treatment. It's they hit it really hard. They hit it as hard, if not harder, than adults. So it's a full-on battle. It's absolutely brutal. So fast forward, it's 10 years, and he'll, instead of sitting in a room getting chemo, he's sitting next to some kids that are graduating, going to throw those cats in the air and look forward to their next chapter. And we really say it's because of research, that he's here today. So, really, it's the only way the kids fight back. It's with any research for any cancer. So we've got to understand, how the cancer is evolving, how to eliminate it. And with children, unfortunately, there's lesser numbers of them, and so they just get a smaller portion, and a smaller portion doesn't help our oncologists to fight back, because it truly is relentless. And sadly, we've made a lot of progress in many cancers, but there are some children's cancers, specifically a couple of brain cancers, where there is great room for progress, and there needs to be investment. But right now, those families are told there isn't anything, and to take the child home and to make memories, and they have about a 6 more months, with that child. So if you are that parent that's hearing that, or if you're that oncologist that has to say that day in and day out, it's research that will change it. That's it. So that's why it's important. And it's truly, again, why my son is here. He had an 80% chance of survival. But years ago, if it would have been me that would have had it as a child, I would have had a 10% chance of survival. So they've really learned so much. And I've actually even watched the research of his particular cancer, and they have just divided it into subtypes, and they know what children they don't need to radiate anymore, which is incredible because radiation really affects the cognitive ability. And if a child is 6 and being radiated, they have a lot of struggles in life afterwards. My son has some struggles, but it is so, I guess, just wonderful to know that in these 10 years that they have made the progress to not have to, radiate when they don't have to. So not throw everything at it, just throw what they know they need to throw at it. So that's another piece of research, because, the survival rate still is the same in this particular type of cancer, which is called medulloblastoma, brain cancer. But the after effects are much more positive for those that are surviving, because again, they know how to customize that treatment plan. I just want people to know that really everyone can do something. And even if it's a little something, years ago, people did a little something that saved my child's life. So having that knowledge, I feel the need to share so that we can save more children. And, it really could be for our listeners, it could be viewers, it could be their grandchild, it could be their niece, their nephew, friend of your child. It very well could be. One thing I like to think of is cancer doesn't care. Doesn't care at all if your child's healthy. That's an example within our family. It's relentless, and as mentioned, it's brutal. And we all have to kind of do our little thing, to fight back, because these kids have their entire lives ahead of them, and cancer doesn't care. But if we invest in the right things, then we're going to give them a chance. And so the telethon is a way to let people know that kids need them. And they're kind of, they're so little. They're not out there telling people that we need to, protect them from this, this situation. So we have to be their voice. So I'm very appreciative of the telethon for spreading awareness and the need for this to be a priority. There's lots of things to say. I guess hopefully the viewers can hear the gratefulness that's there. Kind of our average donation is anywhere between $30, $100, and sometimes people think, oh, well, what will that do really? But it adds up. It's everybody's little part. And I work with so many wonderful young people that are going into research and want to be oncologists and want to help in this field, nursing, etc. And so they're doing their part, so they're out there getting educated, sharing the best brand new ideas. And American Cancer Society really enjoys supporting the research of these young, researchers. Currently, we have 49 research grants that are dedicated to childhood cancer. It's $29 million, multi-year, $29 million. So that's a lot of people doing their little something. And that's how we keep it going. And I like to say growing too. because while 49 is a lot and very hefty, it doesn't cover all the types of cancers that children face. I was looking at them just the other day. There were several for brain and osteosarcoma, so bone cancers. There was lots for leukemia, but it didn't cover all of them. And we would like to fund more of the greatest, best ideas that are out there.
Welcome back to Oakdale Commons in beautiful Johnson City, New York. We are here today with the Goal Together Telethon. We are trying to crush cancer, to raise as much money as we can to really address pediatric cancer. We know cancer doesn't fight fair at any age, but it's particularly devastating for a child. So with your help, the American Cancer Society and Goal Together, we can change the odds and fight back. So that's what we're going to try to do. So with that said, you might be asking, well, how could I fight back? What could I do? So right down here, you're going to see a QR code. If you have your phone, you're watching the stream, put your phone on it, follow the link, make a donation. Or you could go to ACS go in, donate button will be right there, make a donation. Stop down at Oakdale Commons. We'll be here live streaming till 6 p.m. We have Equinox Broadcasting here as well that's doing some live cutouts from here. Please come down. Support us as best you can. It was really important that we raise as much money as we can to address childhood cancer and pediatric cancer. So we heard from some of our partners. We heard from our friend Bruce Baye, trustee, Sock Out Cancer. We heard from the Martin Luther King Foundation. I want to talk about some of our sponsors. So our sponsors today are Nexstar Media Group, Equinox Broadcasting. The SUNY Broom Communications Department over here has done a fantastic job helping us get on the air, and really lifelong lessons for the students that are helping us bring this to you in the live stream. Designing Value, you might see that at ACSSouthernTier.com. Great. Michelle Miller put that together. We really appreciate her for doing that. GHS Federal Credit Union, a great partner of the American Cancer Society, as is Delta Engineering, the Kane family, Marchuska Brothers Construction. Just some of the folks that are helping the tally board, which we're going to talk about a little bit, grow and grow. So again, to donate, the QR code right here on the bottom of the screen. If you need help making a donation, there is that phone number available if you need help making that donation, or just go on to ACSSouthernTier.com. And we'll be able to just click the donate button and make that donation and really help impact the lives of those facing a diagnosis of childhood cancer. As we said, cancer doesn't fight fair at any age, but particularly with children, it is devastating. So I want to talk a little bit, before we get to another video, a little bit about where the impact is that the American Cancer Society has overall in New York State. We're talking about childhood cancer, but really what we do at the American Cancer Society is impact all cancers. And we want to end cancer as we know it for everyone. So with that said, we service a lot of cancer patients and their families that are undergoing a cancer diagnosis. So some of the things that we do is we provide lodging assistance. We talked about this a little bit during the stream, but sometimes an individual facing cancer has to go out of town for treatment. We have a program called Hope Lodge. Hope Lodge is a place where cancer patients and their families could stay free of charge while they're undergoing a cancer treatment. We in New York State have provided 21 over 21,000 nights of lodging assistance through our Hope Lodge program. That's a really important part of facing this battle, again, that a cancer patient might be going through. We've had over 1,100 video calls, chats, instant messages through our National Cancer Information Center. That is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That never closes. So if you have a question at 4 a.m. on Thanksgiving, someone live will be able to answer your question, talk you through about some of the challenges that you're having, and really help you address the questions that you have. We're able to provide 393 rides to treatment. So when we're talking about that, sometimes a person doesn't have a ride or can't drive themselves to treatment. The American Cancer Society is there to help with that through our road recovery program and some of our transportation programs. So with those 21,000 nights of lodging, we have helped over 1,400 guests stay free of charge again when they're experiencing a cancer diagnosis and has to stay away from their local area for their treatment, which unfortunately that happens quite often. So the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week cancer line, we have rides to treatment, we have lodging. But let's talk about cancer research for a little bit, because that is one of the most exciting things we're going to do to really end cancer for everyone, which is the mission of what we're trying to do. So we've invested just in the state of New York alone over $37 million right now in cancer research programs that are going on in New York. A little bit later in the stream, a little bit later in the day, you're going to hear from Dr. Bob Weiss at Cornell University. We helped fund the Weiss Lab at Cornell University. Dr. Weiss is going to talk about why that's important. You're going to hear a video a little bit too about Dr. Hammer, and he explains why it's important that the American Cancer Society is investing in these young researchers to help them further their career in research and really help combat cancer as we know it in the future. So we have 66 grants that are currently funded in New York State in 24 different institutions across the state. So we are making a difference, but we need your help. We can't do this alone. Fighting cancer is a team sport. You've heard from some of our partners, you heard from some of our sponsors. We need you at home watching the stream to help in that battle as well. So again, down here you're going to see your little QR code. You can log on to ACSSouthernTier.com, hit the donate button, make that donation. You could stop down to Oakdale Commons. We'll be here from 12 to 6 p.m. Please stop down, make a donation. We've had that happen a few times throughout the day already. And again, we understand technology sometimes is a barrier. If you're trying to make a donation, you're stuck, you're not figuring out how to do it, you could give us a call, 607-235-2770, 607-235-2770, and someone can help you make that donation. You can mail in a check. Again, if you call us, we'll be able to provide that information and help you with it. So it is important that we're here today talking about Goal Together in pediatric cancer. The childhood cancer movement of Goal Together was created by a childhood brain cancer survivor named Cole Eicher. Cole's mom, Laura, you've heard from a few times throughout the day, but Cole wanted to do something to really give back as a survivor to impact childhood cancer. So through Goal Together, volunteers raise awareness, support for families facing childhood cancer and connect those families to the lifetime of resources through the American Cancer Society, because a child facing cancer will never outgrow the services that the American Cancer Society provide. So I want to talk a little bit about, after this telethon ends, the lights go out, we're moved on to the next thing. You could still support the Goal Together program. So September, and gold, as we should mention, is a bunch of us have been wearing gold throughout the day. Gold is the color of awareness for childhood cancer. So we have a program that is called Goal Together Champions, where you in September could wear gold, commit to wear gold throughout the month of September. Sign up with us as an ambassador, have a target goal to raise $1,000, $500 to really help end childhood cancer. It is really important that we do that. Those donations matter. So I referenced a little bit earlier about Dr. Hammer. Dr. Hammer is one of our ACS funded cancer researchers. You are going to hear the impact that his research, his lab, and the way that we fund research at the American Cancer Society has on a researcher. So now let's hear from Dr. Hammer.
A laboratory is more like a startup company with young, empowered, and passionate changing the world mindset young people, that's who we need to fund and invest in. That's who's going to change the world. Starting a laboratory as a young academic is difficult. I had applied for grant after grant after grant, and I was on the verge of shutting down my laboratory. In a career-changing move for me, the American Cancer Society funded my first grant. That grant ultimately allowed me to leverage the talent in my laboratory to a larger grant, and then larger, more grants, and then to grow the adrenal cancer program that we have today. In terms of adrenal cancer, we are now understanding the genetic linchpins, the lock and keys that are critically important. Work done by trainees in the laboratory, young minds who were pushing the envelope forward. It's been a humbling process because the discoveries we're making in the lab, which, however profound, they're oftentimes not fast enough for the individual person that I find under my care. What I have found, however, is that the biggest strides being made are being made because of the efforts of individual people. One person, one family gives back. They're the ones who are actually funding the research that is, without a doubt, the linchpin of leverage moving forward. And that's, I think, the most powerful message to get out there, that not only is it a hyperbole to say you can make a difference, I feel it every day.
Welcome back to Oakdale Commons, the Goal Together Telethon to end childhood cancer. I am not alone. I have friends. Tim, do you want to do You Got a Friend in Me? All right. So Tim and Michelle are going to be our hosts for this hour, so I'm going to turn it over to them. But again, that little QR code that we keep pointing over there, we're just trusting that the spirit of the SUNY Broome folks have worked that out for us. So that is there. You could click on to ACSSouthernTier.com, which is a great website created by someone really special. We can talk about that a little bit. But I'm going to turn it over to Tim and Michelle to take us through the 3 o'clock hour.
All right. Thanks, Jamie. And
All right, thanks, Jamie.
hi, Michelle.
Hi, Tim.
How you doing?
Good. Great to be here with you today.
Good to have you here. Good to be a part of this.
Yeah,
Good to be part of
amazing.
the team. Now, you designed the website.
I did. We're a work in progress. We have some really cool new additions we've decided to add to it. And actually that is one of the reasons I feel blessed to be working with this group and with the American Cancer Society locally, is because I can help promote this mission and what we're trying to do to support pediatric cancer.
Yeah, and it's a wonderful cause. The Gold Together program, the movement donate button, or stop down. We're here until 6 o'clock. It's all comes together to help the American Cancer
Yes.
and their families.
Yes, and sadly, Tim, this is one of the reasons that I wanted to get involved, is because I think every family anymore has been affected by cancer, right? To watch a child and their family go through this is, remember the first time we had who was affected by cancer, it was my grandfather, and that was, oh my goodness, probably 35 or 40 years ago. Mm-hmm. I wasn't born yet, just kidding. And I can remember how devastated we all felt, because you don't know what to expect and you don't know what to think and what's going to become of this. And thankfully he survived for many years. But if we can put on events like this to continue raising funds, not only for research, but to support our local families, it's a gift.
Yeah, and one of the ways you just mentioned, Michelle, that the funds that are raised here, one of the areas that it goes to is research. And we have a little bit of where your funds, your donations go. Okay. So let's see what Dr. Hammer has to say.
Okay, we'll roll in.
Oh, we're curveball. We're going to change things up just a hair. They are ready now. We will get to Dr. Hammer, so hold on tightly. But first, we're going to actually hand off over here to our friend Ray, and he has got a very special guest with us. Ray?
Oh, I see.
Thanks so much, Tim. So I get the opportunity to introduce one of my absolute favorite people ever. She loves it when I say that. In my role at Equinox Broadcasting, I get to work with some really amazing community partners. And one of my absolute favorites is GHS Federal Credit Union and Sean Wolbert. Sean, come on in. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sean is the president and CEO at GHS Federal Credit Union, and Sean has brought us a really large check.
It's a big check. It's a great big check.
It is a great big check, and I know from experience that we can cash this in the drive-through lane at GHS Federal Credit Union.
Actually, yes, you can.
I've seen Sean do it. So thank you for coming out and joining us, and you've got a donation for us today.
I do. What the American Cancer Society does for everyone to help battle something that is such a struggle for so many families. Personally, I have had experience with it. My mom is battling cancer right now, and I don't think I know anyone who isn't in some way affected by cancer and what it does. And so anything we can do to help the fight against cancer is so important, and especially when we're looking at children in our community who are impacted by this. They are so innocent, and then you have them and their families who just can't overcome something that is a struggle, and any amount of a donation can help the cause of fighting cancer, especially with children.
Absolutely. I've said it before. I can't think of a more heartbreaking type of cancer than pediatric cancer. I can't begin to fathom. So, Cancer Society, as well as initiatives in the Southern Tier, GHS is just fantastic in supporting a lot of great causes.
And Equinox Broadcasting as well. It's that what you guys do to help our community and help this event, and to see SUNY Broome and all you don't see our view of this, but from our view, all of the students who are working to bring this telethon together, and it's amazing. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know what we would do if it weren't for the students. We'd be standing here, but I don't know if there'd be a live stream.
Yes.
So Sean, thank you so much again.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's send it back to Tim and Michelle.
Okay, thanks, Ray. And thanks again to Sean and everyone over at GHS Federal Credit Union.
Amazing.
What a phenomenal donation.
That's incredible. Thank you, Sean.
Yes, thank you. So, again, if you want to make a donation, here's what you do. QR code right down here, okay? And you can visit ACSSouthernTier.com, click on the donate button, stop by. We're going to be here until 6. Or if you need assistance to make a donation, just call us, 607-235-2770, 607-235-2770.
Awesome. And I know we're going to roll into another special clip, but I was reading earlier yesterday about one of the amazing things that the American Cancer Society is working on is, as of early January last year, they started funding a 44 multi-year grants, which is over $26 million.
Mm-hmm.
And those funds are going to Sloan Kettering, St. Jude's, and also Children's Hospital Philadelphia. So that will be very impactful.
And some right here locally at Cornell to contribute to that research.
It's amazing. They really are moving it all the way around. So thank God.
So what we have next for you, a little bit of entertainment.
Right.
Michelle, I don't know if you've seen this yet or not.
I have not.
A couple of months ago, I had the Binghamton School District, the kids from the Binghamton School District, and Jamie Boychuk, Alan Lone, Chris Whalen from Binghamton Schools. They helped put this together, and it's in celebration in honor of Rod Serling's 100th birthday. And someone you might know actually plays Rod Serling. So why don't we go and check it out?
Hey
mister, are you going to ride the carousel too?
I used to ride this carousel all the time when I was a kid.
Wait a minute. You look just like that guy.
I am that guy. Wait, what's my picture doing up there?
You're Rod Serling?
You know who I am?
Of course we do. We watch your show at school.
But The Twilight Zone was made over 60 years ago. People are still watching that?
Not just watching it, but learning from it. The lessons we learn in school are still important all these years later. Come on, we'll show you.
You're traveling through a familiar dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but especially of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. A place that inspired the Twilight Zone and where the show and its creator are still inspiring young minds 7 decades later. Your next stop, the Binghamton City School District. My old high school theater. It's good to be back.
What is the overall lesson that Rod Serling is trying to teach us in the after hours? Yep, Quincy?
Sometimes people can get you to do things that you don't want to do. And you can't let them change that about you because whatever you are is you. You are true. And sometimes you gotta let that slide. You can't let people do anything.
Perfect, right? We talked about that idea of gaslighting, and we talked about the idea of peer pressure, right? You guys have to be who you are, right? You know who you are and your morals that exist in you. And so you guys have to make that decision to follow what you believe.
In the episode, The Lonely, we've been discussing how loneliness can lead to other negative health issues. What other lesson was Rod Serling trying to convey? Lily, what are you thinking?
The other message in the episode was compassion. Alan B was compassionate to Corey by giving him Alicia, so he wasn't lonely anymore. We should be compassionate towards others.
We all know that Rod Serling always had an underlying message for society in his episodes. What do you think in Eye of the Beholder was Rod Serling's underlying message? RJ.
Don't judge people based on how they look. Try to be different. We don't want to all look the same. Celebrate our difference.
We talked about how nostalgia played a big role in the walking distance. Is there another lesson that Rod Serling was trying to warn us about?
Maybe Rod Serling wanted to tell us to that it's okay to look at the past, but try to not put your mind on it, because if you do, you're gonna miss out of the great things that happen every day in your life. It's like saying enjoy your life.
I'd like to thank you for sharing the episode with me, but my question is, who are the real monsters on Maple Street? Cassie, what are you thinking?
The real monsters in the episode are all the people in the neighborhood. They are making assumptions and reacting out of fear. People can make wrong choices when they're afraid.
In People Are Alike All Over, we know that Tina disagrees with the way that they're treating Conrad. So how do you think Tina feels about the way they're treating Conrad, and can you connect it to any experiences in your life?
I understand how she feels because she disagrees with how he's treated. It's hard to see someone treated badly, and it doesn't feel good to treat people badly. We all deserve respect.
All right, guys. So as our final project for our Rod Serling lessons and the Twilight Zone lessons, you guys all made birthday cards for Rod Serling's 100th birthday. Now it's a big celebration, and you guys are the lucky 5th grade class that gets to celebrate this. So, for part of your birthday card and part of the message that you guys were going to share with Rod Serling was what was your favorite episode and what was the lesson that you learned from it. So raise your hand What were some of the episodes that you guys picked, and what were some of the lessons that you learned? Go ahead.
Episode was Eye of the Beholder, and one lesson I learned was don't judge a book by its cover, no matter how you look or someone else looks.
I love that, right? The idea of not judging other people, right? We can't judge other people, accepting as we would want others to accept us. All right, guys. So in honor of Rod Serling's 100th birthday, we're gonna have a little birthday celebration for him because we made all these nice cards, and we're gonna go have some cupcakes. How does that sound? Yeah. Woo! Let's do it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Colin. Happy birthday to you.
Did you enjoy the ride, Mr. Serling?
I did. Best ride I ever had. Thank you.
No. Thank you, Mr. Serling, for everything.
Yeah, and so don't adjust your television sets. I am not Rod Serling. I play him on TV,
Right.
or played him
How
on
fun.
TV.
Yeah.
That was a blast. I got to tell you, it was an honor, and it was so much fun to be a part of that and help explore the life and career of Rod Serling, along with the fifth graders of Binghamton schools. And those kids are smiling. They're happy. They're healthy. But cancer doesn't fight fair, and it doesn't fight fair at any age, particularly devastating for children. And with your help through the American Cancer Society Gold Together campaign, we can change the odds. We can fight back together so that everyone has a chance to live that happy, healthy life and go off and, make videos or play pretend or, play with your action figures and stuff. I don't know what the popular action figures are right now. Back in my day, it was like He-Man and G.I. Joe and that stuff. Is it still? Okay, my student crew, who is much younger than me, says still is. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. But what's also good to know is ways that you can donate. You can click on the QR code down here. You can visit ACSSouthernTier.com and click on the donate button. You could stop down. We're here until 6 o'clock. Stop on down, say hello. If you need help in making your donation, you can call 607-235-2770. And with that all said, Michelle, I don't know about you, I think it's about time we took a look at our tote board again.
Yes, love to.
All right. What do we got for our tally board here? Tally board says, $1,636.
Wow. Fantastic.
So thank you all out there for donating. Keep your donations coming in.
Please.
Every penny goes to the American Cancer Society, goes to helping kids with cancer and their families and the doctors that research this.
Right.
It's just, please help the tiniest bit, even if it's $1. It is all worthwhile. And thanks to you out there and your donations. And
also our sponsors. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Just to name a few, Nexstar Media Group.
Mm-hmm.
We have Equinox Broadcasting, SUNY Broome Communications Department, Designing Value, Digital Marketing, GHS Federal Credit Union, Sean is here, Delta Engineering, the Kane family, and also Marchuska Brothers Construction. Thank you all. This would not actually be possible unless you were sponsoring everything we have happening today. So
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And there has been progress made against childhood cancer.
Yes.
That's the good news. But several types of this disease continue to impact kids. And sometimes some of these still low survival rates, no cure.
No cure.
But we are
devastating words.
We are with your help, we are making progress, and we are working on that. And we have another story coming up here with Caitlin, and Caitlin is going to share with us her story. So why don't we take a look and and hear about Caitlin.
Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin Lang, and I want to talk to you about a topic that's deeply personal and incredibly important: childhood cancer. My life has been touched by cancer in more ways than one. A few years ago, my dad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and to this day is still battling the disease. I saw firsthand the toll it took on him, on our family, and on our community. It was a difficult journey, one that changed us all in profound ways. But cancer exists in more ways than one. It wasn't until I saw the impact of childhood cancer up close that I truly understood its devastating effects. Because behind statistics and reports, there's raw emotion, heartache, and the resilience of these young fighters and their families. When my family and I first moved into the neighborhood, I met a joyous little boy, and little did we know he was diagnosed with leukemia and weeks later would be gone. Then this school year, a girl at my school diagnosed with brain cancer passed, only finding out with her diagnosis around a year prior. Childhood cancer is a reality that affects far too many families. Cancer is the leading disease-related cause of death among both children and adolescents. In 2024, an estimated 9,620 children ages 0 to 14 years and 5,290 adolescents ages 15 to 19 years will be diagnosed with cancer, and 1,040 children and 550 adolescents will die from the disease. Imagine the pain of a parent hearing the words, "Your child has cancer." It's a reality no one should have to face, yet thousands of families do every year. But amidst this darkness, there's hope. Volunteers, donors, and researchers are the unsung heroes in the fight against childhood cancer. They are the ones who fund critical research, support families through their darkest days, and advocate for better treatments and care. Every dollar donated is a lifeline. Every hour volunteered is a ray of hope. Every action, no matter how small, makes a difference. It's not just about numbers or statistics. It's about saving lives, preserving childhoods, and giving families hope for a brighter future. So why do I feel it's important to get involved? Because every child deserves a tomorrow. They deserve a chance to grow up, to laugh, to play, and to dream. Because no parent should have to watch their child endure the pain of cancer. Because together, as a community, we can make a difference. I urge you to...
And thank you for sharing that, Caitlin. It's so important to have support people, loved ones around. It's amazing. And it's amazing to hear these stories from young children about their friends going through that.
Yeah.
Which is why we have to keep this going. And the Gold Together program, we've raised over $11 million since 2019 in 144 communities, which is amazing.
Including ours.
Including ours. And there have been over 3,100. Everyone hears about these things would not be able to happen without the support of loved ones like Caitlin and volunteers. And we'll continue to hear from national ambassadors for Gold Together throughout the broadcast.
Absolutely. The vision is clear.
It is.
For the American Cancer Society. Here it is. You ready? End cancer as we know it for everyone.
Amen.
Period. End of story. They want to make sure that this disease and the different variants are just gone.
Right.
And your donations go to help fund research, go to help fund support services. So a 24/7 cancer helpline,
right.
Rides to treatment, perhaps lodging, because sometimes these families and these kids have to travel to a completely different city far away.
Facilities,
This
right.
helps to have them have a place to stay. It helps in so many different ways, shapes, and forms. So we can't ask you enough. Please donate.
Yes.
The QR code
Here's
down
the QR
here.
code.
Follow that link.
Or you could go to ACSSouthernTier.com, or you could stop right down here at the Oakdale Commons. We're here until 6 p.m. And of course, if you need some help and you just want to call in, it's 607-235-2770. We'd love to hear from you, and we appreciate your support.
Yeah, and where does the money go? I know some people ask that question from time to time. Where does it go? Where does it go? Well, a child battling cancer will never outgrow the support of the American Cancer Society. And again, they are highly trusted. If you want to know, you can call the National Cancer Information Center specialists. They're available at 800-227-2345, as well as online video chat. You can see where those funds go. And I can tell you, they go to fighting cancer and looking to end this disease. So.
And also, just to remind people, some people may not know, Tim, that the Gold Together, this whole movement, the childhood cancer movement, was created by a childhood brain cancer survivor, Cole Eicher. And through Gold Together volunteers, raising awareness and support and families facing childhood cancer, and we connect those families to a lifetime of resources, because it doesn't end for them when they're a child.
No, not at all. And as a matter of fact, we've got another story lined up for you right now. We're going to hear from Carolina, and Carolina is going to be sharing her story. So guys, let's see what's happening with Carolina.
My attention to cancer began after, at only 50 years old, my healthy, active, and annually screened godmother was diagnosed with stage 4 cervical cancer. A diagnosis that came out of the blue. Hi there, my name is Carolina Gell, and I am from Lamont, Illinois, a southern suburb of Chicago. I'm currently a junior at Vanderbilt University, where I'm studying biochemistry and chemical biology with a minor in history as well as MHS, or in other words, medicine, health, and society. After Vanderbilt, I hope to continue on to an MD PhD dual degree program with the hopes of becoming a pediatric oncologist as well as cancer researcher. With this, I commit to furthering the field of oncology with harnessing the potential of science. Besides my work as a student researcher as well as a volunteer within the clinical oncology setting, I really wanted to do something that would be a bit more impactful. I joined the American Cancer Society's childhood cancer initiative called Gold Together. You may have heard of it. Did you know that cancer is the leading disease-related cause of death within children as well as adolescents? And did you also know that there is a major disparity in the amount of research given to childhood cancers? As an upcoming oncologist and scientist, but especially as an adolescent myself, those statistics cannot join us in the future. This is why I'm urging you to get involved as well. Join the movement today and help us spread awareness, advocate to legislators, as well as raise funds that directly support research and patient support dedicated to childhood cancer.
There you are, another story. That was Caroline's story. Again, donate. Click that QR code. Visit ACSSouthernTier.com. Click on the donate button. Stop on down. Make a donation in person. All ways that you can help today someone who has cancer.
And every dollar counts, like we say. You don't have to make a huge donation. If you can, that's wonderful, but every dollar counts. Cancer is actually the 2 disease-related cause of death among children from 1 to 14 years old, and that is terrifying. Before they turn 20, about 1 in 257 children and adolescents in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer. So that's why these donations and this research and all of the support that we can bring locally, this is what
Hope, and in one way is the Hope Lodge.
Right.
The Hope Lodge communities across the country help provide a free place to stay during treatment, so people with cancer can focus on getting better at no cost to the guests.
Right.
And it's just a wonderful organization, and one of the ways that your funds go to help childhood cancer.
And they have provided over 21,000 nights of free lodging for families in the last year.
That's amazing.
It's amazing.
That's amazing. And 1,413 of those guests have been, in 2023 alone, 1,413 guests in the Hope Lodge. So that's why we hope you donate to this great cause.
Yes.
Help us as we fight childhood cancer. And we thanked our sponsors earlier. Also want to thank our friends across the way. Equinox Broadcasting is doing a radiothon right now. We'll have our friends at WIVT and WBGH coming in here in a little while to say hello. We have a great crew here. All right,
Amazing.
Our crew of the students at SUNY Broome, the communications department, these guys have really come together and helped put this all together. They're the reason why we are here.
We wouldn't be here, right?
On the air.
Right. Give them a round of applause.
We can.
Let's do it.
All right. You figure. Yeah, I
Thanks for all
didn't
you're
do the.
doing,
Yeah,
guys.
it's one of the things with as being an audio guy, you don't want to
Right.
hit the microphone.
Knock
But
everybody's ears out, right?
but so help out. Scan that QR code. Click on the donate button from ACSSoutherntier.com. All ways that you can help and help a kid lead a happy, healthy life. Help give some comfort to their families, to their
Absolutely.
friends, and just help to find a cure.
And while we hope that those of you listening right this very moment never have to endure that journey, to think you could help some of these kids and their families so simply by donating, you are impacting them far further in their life than you would know, just by donating.
Yeah.
So again, the QR code right on the screen. We have ACSSoutherntier.com, the donate button. You can call directly, 607-235-2770. Or, of course, you can pop down to Oakdale Commons and say hello to us. We do take donations right here on site.
Yeah. Now, Michelle, I don't know if you know this, but before they turn 20, about 1 in 257 children and adolescents right now in the U.S. are diagnosed with some form of cancer. 1 in 257, and again, that's one too many.
It is
still.
one too many.
The numbers are getting slightly better, but we want it gone. Like the number should be 0 in 257 kids.
And cancer is it's not a good diagnosis at any age, right? But to think about a small child or an adolescent going through that, I mean, they have their whole life ahead of them. They are our future, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to do everything we can to stop this horrible disease from affecting so many young people.
Yeah, and right now, what we're going to do is we are going to throw things over to see some kids having fun.
Oh, okay. Yes.
We are going pre-taped, but we're going to Union Endicott School District, and we're going to check in with some of our friends over at UE Theater.
Perfect.
And see a little clip of one of their performances in Chicago.
Nice.
Mr. Flynn! The reporters are here.
Hello, man, Butch. Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Sunshine. You know my client, Miss Roxy Hart.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just so flattered y'all came to see little old me. I guess you want to know why I shot him, the rats.
Sit down, dummy.
Mr. Billy Flynn sings the press conference rag. Notice how his mouth never moves. Almost.
Where'd you come from?
Mississippi.
And your parents?
Very wealthy.
Where are they now?
6 feet under. But she was granted one more size, the convent of the Sacred Heart.
When'd you get here?
1920.
How old were you?
Don't remember.
Dad, what happened?
I met Amos, and he stole my heart away, convinced me to elope one day.
A convent girl? A runaway marriage? Oh, it's too terrible. You poor, poor dear.
Who's Fred Paisley?
My ex-boyfriend.
Why'd you shoot him?
I was leaving.
Was he angry?
Like a madman. Still I said, Fred, move along. She knew that she was doing wrong.
Then describe it.
He came toward me
With a pistol.
from my bureau.
Did you fight him?
Like a tiger. She had strength and she had none. And yet we both reached for the gun. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both reached for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh yes, we both reached for the gun, for the gun.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both reached for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh yes, we both reached for the gun, for the gun.
Understandable, understandable, yes, it's perfectly understandable, comprehensible, comprehensible, not a bit reprehensible, it's so defensible.
How you feeling?
Very frightened.
Are you sorry?
Are you kidding?
What's your statement?
All I say is, though my choo-choo jumped the track, I'd give my life to bring him back. Stay away from jazz and liquor, and the man who plays for of fun.
And what?
That's the thought that came upon me
When
we both reached for the gun.
Understandable, understandable.
Yes, it's perfectly understandable, comprehensible, comprehensible, not a bit reprehensible. It's so defensible.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Reach for
Let
the
me
gun,
hear it.
the gun. Oh yes, they both. Reach for the gun.
A little louder.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh yes, they both. Reach for the gun.
Now you got it.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh yes, they both. Reach for the gun, for the gun. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Reach for the gun, 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 the gun.
Both reach for the
Again to the Union Endicott Theater Group. What a fantastic
Amazing.
performance. That looks like it should be something literally right off of Broadway.
Right.
Like that's
Having so much fun.
just amazing, having so much fun. And we are having fun here today. If we come over here, we can say hello to some of our friends from the SUNY Broome Communications program. And these are some of the unsung heroes who are working behind the scenes to make sure that we're on the air. So I don't know how we're on the air right now, but we are. Because they're supposed to be handling over there. But
Magic.
guys, what's it like? I mean, this is your internship, correct?
Yeah, this is our internship. For the past month and a half, we've been having production meetings, really trying to script out this 6-hour event, and it's nice to see all our planning come to fruition.
Yeah, it's honestly so invigorating to take time out of our busy college schedules to come and host this event.
Yeah, it's awesome to be part of like such a big organization that's bigger than ourselves and bigger than any of us, you know, trying to do something for a good cause. So it's really exciting to be able to play a big part in this.
Yeah, we are so glad that you guys are here doing what you're doing today.
And we commend you for caring. Really, that's amazing at such a young age. This is wonderful.
Again, you all can help out too.
Yes.
Click that QR code. Go to ACSSouthernTier.com. Click on the donate button, or stop on by. Say hello. These guys are going to be here until 6 o'clock. So, you know.
You can meet our famous production engineers in person.
And Nate, by the way, we didn't mention it earlier, but you kicked us off with the national anthem. You've kicked us off with a wonderful rendition.
Amazing.
Excellent job.
Yeah, I was a theater kid myself, and yeah, I'm happy to be doing what I love, just singing and helping out.
Okay.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you,
It
Nate.
shows.
You can help out too, and one of the ways that your donation helps out is through cancer research. And we're going to check out a video with Dr. Hammer and see the latest update on what's going on.
A laboratory is more like a startup company with young, empowered, impassioned, changing the world mindset young people. That's who we need to fund and invest in. That's who's going to change the world. Starting a laboratory as a young academic is difficult. I had applied for grant after grant after grant, and I was on the verge of shutting down my laboratory. In a career-changing move for me, the American Cancer Society funded my first grant. That grant ultimately allowed me to leverage the talent in my laboratory to a larger grant, and then larger, more grants, and then to grow the adrenal cancer program that we have today. In terms of adrenal cancer, we are now understanding the genetic linchpins the lock and keys that are critically important, work done by trainees in the laboratory, young minds who were pushing the envelope forward. It's been a humbling process because the discoveries we're making in the lab, which, however profound, they're oftentimes not fast enough for the individual person that I find under my care. What I have found, however, is that the biggest strides being made are being made because of the efforts of individual people. One person, one family gives back. They're the ones who are actually funding the research that is, without a doubt, the linchpin of leverage moving forward. And that's, I think, the most powerful message to get out there, that not only is it a hyperbole to say you can make a difference, I feel it every day.
And big thanks to Dr. Hammer and all the researchers out there that are working very hard around the clock to fight this disease.
Yes, yes. And so we were talking a little bit earlier about some of our champions, Dr. Hammer and everyone that's working so hard on this disease, but we're also taking in new ambassadors for the Gold Together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the American Cancer Society Gold Together program, if you agree to be an ambassador, that takes place in September. And throughout the month of September, and everyone wears gold, hence why we're Gold Together. And the goal is to raise the goal of $1,000 through fundraising, $500 for junior ambassadors. And I've been told through sources that if we raise $1,000, we'll have you on next year's telethon.
Oh.
So if you make a donation, we'll have you come on board, say hello to all of us, and be a part of next year's telethon. So
Yes.
For more information on that, you want to go to ACSSoutherntier.com, or you can email our friend Jamie Kane, jamie.kane@cancer.org, for more information. And speaking of more information, click the code,
Yes.
right? Visit the website, click the donate button. Stop on down. We are here until 6 o'clock. If you need assistance in making a donation, the number 607-235-2770. And again, big thanks to our sponsors going out here. Next Star Media Group, Equinox Broadcasting, the SUNY Broome Communications Department, Michelle, you all at Designing Value, GHS Federal Credit Union, Delta Engineering, the Kane family, and the Machuska Brothers. Machuska Brothers. Oh,
Yes.
I can never get that right. They're going to come down here and say hello. No, but big thanks to all of them as well. So coming up, we'll hear some more stories and we'll have some more interviews. But first, Michelle, did you know that it is the 110th anniversary of the American Cancer Society?
That is incredible. So for over a century, this organization has been doing research and trying to develop new ways to help people survive and live longer and, stop it at its tracks, right? And that's why we have to continue to support this, Tim. I mean, at every age, cancer is no good. But if we can take this little bit of time and donate some kind of money to stomp out pediatric cancer, it's amazing. So you can click the QR code, you can go to our website, Southern Tier, ACSSoutherntier.com. You can call us directly, 607-235-2770. And you can stop down here.
Yeah,
If you're
stop on down.
at the Oakdale Commons.
Yeah.
If you're near, pop in and see us. We're outside of Dick's House of Sports.
And if you want to find out more about the American Cancer Society, well, check out this video regarding their 110 years of service to the community.
This is the story of the American Cancer Society, a proven history of 110 years of wins in advocacy, research, and patient support. The story of how people don't have to face cancer alone. Because for 110 years, we have made significant progress against cancer together. Increasing our chances of survival by championing early detection tools and funding and conducting studies like the one that helped reduce smoking's deadly grip. Providing lifelines through patient support for people with cancer and those who love them. like a home away from home for free, and helping make real change by raising all our voices to make cancer research a national priority. From day one, we believe that research can save lives. We have been committed to providing unwavering support, and we continue to stand up to achieve important policy change. Because we know that's how we can achieve quality cancer care that's equal for all. We are proud of our wins, but even more proud of the brave people that deal with cancer every day. And of all of you that support, donate, volunteer, and work to make it better for every cancer, every life. Now, let's keep making history together. Let's keep winning until we can end cancer as we know it for everyone.
110 years. Now, put that in perspective. 110 years ago, roughly, Babe Ruth's playing baseball.
Okay.
We've yet to go through 2 world wars.
Right,
There's a lot
right.
of history going back to 110 years, and the American Cancer Society has been through all of that and has worked so hard to fight cancer in every aspect, especially among the kids. Cancer is the #1 disease-related cause of death among children ages 1 to 14.
It's incredible. Those are statistics we don't love.
Yeah.
And before they turn 20, about 1 in 257 children and adolescents in the U.S. are diagnosed with cancer.
Yeah,
So
cancer doesn't fight fair. It doesn't fight fair at any age, particularly devastating to kids. But with your help, through the American Cancer Society Gold Together campaign, we can change the odds. We can fight back together. So you've heard us say this many times. We're going to keep saying it because we're going to keep going strong. Click that QR code. Stop by the website. Stop on down here.
Right.
All right. Website is acssoutherntier.com. Click the donate button. Just every little bit counts. It
Every dollar.
doesn't matter whether you have $1 or $100. Every little bit and every penny goes to fund
matters.
cancer research, cancer recovery, children with cancer, families who are going through it, and some of those areas that we've been looking at include the Hope Lodge,
Right.
but also rides to treatment.
Yes.
There's a 24/7 helpline. So if there are any questions that people who are going through cancer or families or friends may have,
Right.
they can call that. The mission of the American Cancer Society, well, it's to improve the lives of people with cancer and their families through advocacy, research, and patient support to ensure everyone has an opportunity to prevent, detect, treat, and survive cancer.
Right. And in the end, let's end cancer as we know it for everyone, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately.
Yeah, let's fight back together. Let's change the stats. Where again,
And your dollars contribute to that, especially for pediatric cancer.
Yeah, 1,413 guests in the ACS Hope Lodge alone from upstate New York.
Amazing.
Across 2023 last year. We need your help and your donations, and hopefully, we are hoping to find a cure.
Yes. We won't give up.
No, never. And speaking of donations, I think we're about time to check our tally board here. Let's see.
Oh, yes.
See
Let's
where
see
we're
what's
at.
happening on our-
We are at, I'd say drum roll, please, but no one has a drum right now. Oh, $1,662.
Excellent.
That is awesome. Thank you all
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
And please keep those donations
Yes.
coming. We're going to be here until 6 o'clock. And again, every dollar, every penny funds the future.
Yes.
Future research, future treatment. And one of those stories, well, we're going to hear right now about someone who, unfortunately, they lost their bout with cancer.
Yes.
But the research that was done helped ease her pain. So let's hear her story.
a friend, and her name is Elizabeth. She's a kid like me. Wait, can I tell you her story?
My name is Elizabeth Widener. Shortly after my 12th birthday, I was diagnosed with stage 4 high-risk neuroblastoma. I have been fighting for 4.5 years and am currently on a phase 1 clinical trial.
Elizabeth wanted to save all the kids from childhood cancer.
These are the years they should be running and playing, learning how to ride a bike, and focusing on school. We need to find the best medicines so these children can grow up to become the next engineers, doctors, artists, farmers, or political leaders.
But she never got the chance. She was taken away too soon, just like a lot of kids with cancer. Why does this happen? Is there anything we can do? Your donation today could help save a child with cancer.
Again, more evidence that cancer doesn't fight fair at any age. It's devastating for kids. It's devastating to their families. But with your help, we can fight back and fight back together.
And we won't stop until we find an answer and we find a cure. And this gives us another opportunity to thank our sponsors too.
Yes.
Next Star Media Group, thank you for everything you've contributed. Equinox Broadcasting, SUNY Broome Communications Department, we wouldn't all be here without you. Designing Value, GHS Federal Credit Union, Sean stopped by a little earlier.
Yes.
Delta Engineering, the Kane family, of course, and Marchuska Brothers Construction. Thank you all for everything you've contributed to make today happen and this entire telethon go live and, talk to people about what's happening with children and pediatric cancer so that we can continue to fight for it.
Yeah, and that's the goal, is to raise awareness, raise funds, help those who are going through this terrible, terrible disease, and really fighting it. And you can help out. You can help us out. You can scan this QR code that's right about somewhere where I'm pointing right now.
Right.
You can visit ACSSouthernTier.com, click on the donate button. You can stop down right here. We're just outside Dick's House of Sport at the Oakdale Commons. Come on down, say hello. You can make a donation through the phone if you need extra assistance. 607-235-2770 is the number. 607-235-2770.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle.
Oh, I didn't know.
No,
okay.
Nope.
Sorry.
Nope. We're still live.
Yes.
Hi.
Okay.
This is what live television looks like. It's okay.
Yes.
We are all good.
So we will continue to work together live. We will continue to make mistakes live because we're real, right? And,
Yes.
and it's sadly it's just as real as these poor children who are fighting pediatric cancer. So we will keep it real here, and we invite you to join us on our mission. Again, over 257 1 in 257 adolescents and teens and children in the U.S. every year are diagnosed with pediatric cancer.
Yep.
These are numbers we want to get rid of. Cancer is the #1 disease-related cause of children from the age of 1 to 14. So help us. Thank you for the almost $2,000 we've raised so far. We hope to get to at least $2,000 today. So we invite you to join us.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Here's a thank you from us to you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the first ever Gold Together Telethon. My name is Ray Scott, the General Manager for Equinox Broadcasting, host of the Ride Home with Ray on Country Legends 107.1 The Bear, and Chair of the Board of Advisors for the American Cancer Society for the Southern Tier, here with the legendary Barb Mack.
Thank you, Ray. How are you?
I'm good. We're in hour 5 now.
I know.
Of our telethon. Time is flying by.
I'm impressed. I got to tell you, there's been a lot of work behind the scenes. So Jamie told me that basically this thought, is that true, came about a year and a half ago.
Yeah, it was about a year and a half ago. The Board of Advisors, we were basically sitting around a table and what are we going to do? What do we do? This idea sort of came about because, well, my position is the general manager for Equinox Broadcasting with 5 locally owned and operated radio stations, and then Tina Castano, who is the general manager for Nexstar, who owns a couple of radio stations here in Binghamton, is also on the board. And so we thought, why not combine our powers, as they say, and put something awesome together. And well, it's been a year and a half of planning, and there's been a lot of times where I wasn't sure this was going to happen. There were a lot of times where I wanted to say, nope, never mind.
I know.
This is too hard, but here we are.
And it worked out.
It did.
And we're doing good.
We are. We're absolutely doing well.
This is the first ever. Didn't know what to basically expect, except that I know that the team that you have here, whether it's the Equinox family of broadcasting or it's the SUNY Broome Communications Center, unbelievable job.
You know, we've been so lucky because everyone that is here is volunteering their time. Everyone is volunteering their time. So basically, every dollar we bring in is going directly to pediatric cancer research.
And besides the research, I thought that one of the things that was the most interesting was that paper that I found over here. Now, yes, we need the funds to go to research so we can stop this disease dead in its tracks and help out all of those that are afflicted by it. But did you see this? Basically, besides all the research, the American Cancer Society helps put people in hotels or overnights and stays at the lodges, the Hope Lodges. Not only that, they provide rides, they provide, food, they provide any way that they can support system to the that's what the American Cancer Society does, and specifically pediatric cancer.
Without a doubt. And American Cancer Society also partners with other organizations. So if American Cancer Society doesn't necessarily provide a specific service, they're partnered with someone who does. American Cancer Society has a wonderful relationship with St. Jude's Children's Hospital.
Very important.
Locally, Sock Out Cancer, American Cancer Society and Sock Out Cancer have a wonderful partnership. So, American Cancer Society, even if, again, they don't provide that service necessarily, they can direct people in a way that
the
they,
best of the best to take care
exactly,
of them.
Exactly.
The best of the best.
Exactly. So, coming up, we have got a very special guest. Tara Bush is going to be here in just a few minutes and joining me. Tara Bush, you might remember Super Cooper.
Absolutely.
Tara's son. He was a local celebrity here in the Southern Tier, and not only a celebrity, but an inspiration.
Big time.
For a lot of people here in the area. And unfortunately, Cooper did succumb to cancer. But Tara has been continuing with Super Cooper since his passing, and continues his legacy. So we're going to be talking with her in just a few minutes. In the meantime, though, let's pass it on to, we're going to watch a caregiver video here with Serena Dang. So let's check out that video.
Hi, my name is Serena Dang, and I'm a 19-year-old college student from Montville, New Jersey. From ages 1 to 15, the impact that cancer as a disease could have on a person had not crossed my mind. It wasn't until cancer made itself known, by burdening my loved ones, that I began to resent this evil and what it afflicted on those I loved. Within the past 2 years, both my dad's sister and my mom's brother were diagnosed with breast cancer and colorectal cancer, prompting them to undergo chemotherapy and render themselves physically unrecognizable. It led me to question why cancer had chosen them, why it wanted their families to endure financial and physical stress, and why it wanted to take control of their lives. At this moment, I imagined such worries that cancer could inflict on a child, prompting stress and hardship during a time meant for innocence and exploration. I soon came to realize that this wasn't just a figment of my imagination. It was the reality for over 400,000 kids who get diagnosed with childhood cancer each year. From that point, I began using my time to research organizations which provided financial support to families facing childhood cancer, which led me to Goal Together. Through the stories of survivors and eye-opening statistics, I came to learn that only 4% of federal funding goes towards researching childhood cancer, despite clinical research playing a pivotal role in early treatment and prevention. I found myself circling back to my original question: why? Why did cancer target these children? Cancer could not provide me with a reason why, but as witnesses to its actions, we can all play a part in answering the how, as in how can we help these children beat cancer? Just as cancer limits the normalcy of a child's life, a lack of funding limits the bounds of life-saving research. With your financial support, radiology labs can finance experiments and data analysis to track early signs of cancer and develop treatment methods. With your financial support, children can fulfill their joyous dreams and no longer contemplate why cancer chose them, but instead celebrate how they conquered cancer. Donate today and be a part of that huge celebration. The kids can't wait. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. As promised, Tara Bush is here. And Tara, we were talking a little bit about you a few minutes ago. You are a teacher at West Middle School in the Binghamton City School District, and you are Super Cooper's mom. So tell us Cooper's story.
So Cooper was diagnosed with AML, which is acute myeloid leukemia, in November of 2016. And at the time of diagnosis, we were told that he had a 90% chance of survival, and that is, of course, good news. Of course, you have to remember that there's another side to that 90%, and unfortunately, that is the side that Cooper fell into. The treatment for AML is very intensive. It is actually an adult cancer, so a lot of the research and the medications that treat AML are adult medications, and there hasn't been as much research about how those medications impact children. So there definitely needs to be more funding about medications and how they impact children, and we can't just treat them as small adults. So Cooper had to be inpatient for a minimum of about 30 days each time he went through a round of chemo, and I think that he did 5 rounds. So it was very intense, and his immune system was completely wiped out during that time, and that's why, and there's such a high risk of infection and so many complications that can come about with the poisons that are chemotherapy. So we had to be inpatient, and of course we were in Syracuse, so that's over an hour drive from my house. I was pregnant at the time with my daughter, and we also had an older son. We still have him. And he was in first grade at the time, so it was a challenge for our family to balance one of us being at the hospital with Cooper. He was only 2 years old when he was diagnosed, so you definitely can't leave a 2-year-old alone. They're hooked up to a lot of IVs, and they have a central line, and Cooper was very rambunctious, and he was always trying to run around, so having a tether to him was an added complication, and we actually did accidentally pull out his central line at one point. So that was very traumatic. So we went through 5 rounds of intensive chemo with about a month each time at the hospital, and then we would come home and we would wait for him to get his numbers back up again so that they could hit him again with another round of chemo. So we would spend about a month in the hospital and then about a month at home, depending. And anytime he needed blood work or anything, it was a trip to Syracuse. And anytime there was a fever, it was a trip to Syracuse. Because our hospitals here in Binghamton are not equipped to handle this. So even just getting blood work done, something that, a lot of us can just go to the lab and have it done. It wasn't a simple process like that. And Cooper also needed a lot of blood transfusions too. And so that was a trip to Syracuse. And so there was a lot of trips to Syracuse. I think I put 100,000 miles on my van.
Wow.
During the time. So it was a lot. I got to know 81 very well. And at the hospital, it was, Cooper always, he was like the mayor of the hospital. So, and he never really felt too sick. When we were in the hospital. So he was running around all the time, and he was making friends with all the nurses, all the doctors, all the other patients. Of course, this was before COVID happened, and I've heard a lot of stories from other families that have gone through similar things, but during COVID, and it's a whole different story because they were really, isolated in their rooms, and they didn't have interactions with other people. And I'm really grateful that we went through our experience before COVID, because it would have been really hard to try to keep him in that tiny room. I think I would have lost my mind more than I did. So after 5 rounds of chemo, he was in remission, and that's what you were looking for. And we kind of thought naively that we were home free, and it wasn't very long after that we were on a family trip to Darien Lake, and we noticed all these bruises on Cooper's and like little spots all over the backs of his legs, and we recognized that as a symptom of having low platelets, which is one of the signs of leukemia. And we immediately call the hospital. We drive from Darien Lake to the hospital, and he had relapsed. And relapse AML is a beast, and it's almost impossible to beat it. You have to get a bone marrow transplant at that stage. And in order to get a bone marrow transplant, you have to get in remission again. And they were never able to get him into remission again. One of the complications with Cooper was that he had Down syndrome, and people with Down syndrome react differently to chemotherapy, so they have to give him a little bit less of a dosing. So I wonder sometimes if that played an impact, with everything. That second time around was really rough on him. The chemo was incredibly intense, and he got really sick that time. And then we kept trying different things, and we would try like different trials, and then it just came to the fact that he was terminal. And then it just became trying to, have a, kind of see how long you can go and prepare for the worst. And that was really challenging. But we were so incredibly fortunate to live in this community because the whole community just fell in love with Cooper. Our local media and just everybody, they kept showing Cooper's story, and people in this town just really fell in love with him. So we were really fortunate because, his personality, just having that magnetic personality, drew people to. Not everybody has that, and not everybody is willing to get up on TV and talk about it, and some families like to have a little bit more privacy with just my personality and Cooper's personality combined. We were just kind of a little bit more out there in the community, so that really drew people to our story, and people were so generous to us, and they allowed us to make these great memories. People donated money, they donated opportunities for Cooper. He got a Make-A-Wish trip, and then on top of the Make-A-Wish, our local community was asking, well, what are some other things that you want for him? And I really wanted him to go to school. So we were really fortunate. that working with HCA and the Discovery Center, Cooper got to have a day at school.
That's awesome.
So that was really nice. It was on Valentine's Day. And then he also got to participate with the Binghamton Devils hockey team, and he got to skate with the players, and my older son got to skate with the players too. And he, became really good friends with one of the players, and we got to go to a game, and he got to throw the puck out and everything. So that was really special. A family that we're friends with donated money for us that was used to take him to a Yankee game. So we had a lot of opportunities to make a lot of really good memories with him. The organization, A Room to Heal, was able to come and do a room for Cooper, and that was a room that he and my older son were sharing. So we still have all of that stuff. So that was really special. And it's kind of like a superhero themed room. And even though my older son is a teenager now, we haven't changed too many things in there. And then my daughter was born in the midst of everything that Cooper was going through. She said her very first word at the hospital, because we spent Christmas in the hospital, and she was about, 6 months old at that point, maybe 7 months old, and she said her first word on Christmas Eve, and she was like everybody's little baby, because they all watched, me be pregnant with her, and Cooper was so proud to be a big brother, and he was showing her off to the world. So she was an early walker, and she was running around the whole hospital just like Cooper. She doesn't really remember Cooper because she was only 14 months old when he passed away, but she is so proud to be his little sister. When the time came, we knew that Cooper was fading, and we stopped his transfusions. And he died very peacefully at home with our family, and even though this has all happened, you get to see the best in people when you've gone through the worst situation. So I am very lucky that I have gotten to see so much goodness in humanity, because there's so much negativity in the world. And, I've gotten to see the best parts of people through the situation that we've gone through. And I'm lucky because I'm Cooper's mom.
You
So
are Cooper's
nobody
mom.
else can say that.
No, you are Cooper's mom.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, from the get-go, he's a superstar. The name was branded, but do you know how much good he did, and you did, and the family did, in getting this experience out there? This is what it is. This is how it happens. This is where we went. And by you acknowledging all of that information, that just helps anybody out there. And speaking to you folks out there, we need your help so we can get more research, and we need some dollars donated.
Yeah, absolutely. The percentage of funding that goes towards pediatric cancer is just significantly less than goes towards all other types of cancer, and it's really sad. It's less than 4% of the total research dollars go to fund childhood cancers. And our children are our most valuable resource in the whole world, and we need to be putting more of that funding towards children. And if the government, isn't going to do it, then we have to do it ourselves. So we're really thankful for the American Cancer Society and other organizations that specifically will raise money for pediatric cancer research.
And help in any way they can.
Now, don't go anywhere, because I want to talk with you some more, but I do want to remind everyone that 100% of the money donated today is going to Gold Together Pediatric Cancer Research. So lots of ways that you can donate if you have not done so already, or maybe you have and you just want to donate a little bit more. Tara, your story has got me wanting to open up my wallet even more. So if you want to donate again, that's okay. You can do that by just scanning the QR code that's right there on the bottom of your screen. You can also visit acssoutherntier.com and click on the donate button. If you are watching this video on a website, chances are there's a donate button either above or below this video. that you can just push that button and make a donation. And if you need any assistance in making a donation, the telephone number to call is 607-235-2770. Please, 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 we need your help. Please make a donation. Now, you have decided to continue with Cooper's legacy with, excuse me, I'm getting more choked up than you are. Usually super mom right here. But Super Cooper Saves the Day every year. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we knew because of all of the generosity that our community gave to our family that no matter love and energy for Cooper, since he's not here, I have this to kind of put that into. So we have a nonprofit organization, Super Cooper Saves the Day, and we provide emotional and financial support to families that have children battling cancer. We specifically target families that have children getting treatment at Upstate Golisano Children's Hospital because that's the hospital where Cooper was. And then we give additional funding to Cambry is a twin. She's 3 years old. She is battling a different type of leukemia that Cooper had. She's battling ALL, which it's different in its treatment, and it's intensive in the first 6 months, and then it requires 2 years of maintenance afterwards. So it's going to be endless trips for this family back and forth to Syracuse. There's also a little girl up in Lyle Green area. I actually went to high school with her father, and my mother-in-law worked with her mom, and she has Wilms tumor, which there's so many different kinds, and I'm not familiar with every kind, but they will, have a lot of extra expenses too with traveling back and forth to the hospital. And then there's a boy that is actually friends with some of my students because he plays hockey. His name is Finn, and he's battling lymphoma right now. So we're working with those families to support them. We put together some care packages for them and sent them some money to help them. But our organization also provides meals every Sunday. We have a breakfast delivered to the families, the patients, and the staff on the oncology floor at the Children's Hospital. It costs just about $200 a week to have that breakfast sent up there, and we do that every Sunday. Every Sunday morning, I get a text message from DoorDash because they're who's delivering it. Messaging me, letting me know that the delivery has been made. And it comes through about 7:30 every Sunday morning. And sometimes I'm awake and sometimes I'm not. Sometimes they need a little bit more information about delivery. So I have to actually talk to them on the phone sometimes because it's always somebody different delivering. And then recently we had a fundraiser, our Cooper Palooza Carnival fundraiser was on March 9th, and we raised $25,000 at that fundraiser. So we're actually looking to expand our breakfast to include Saturday and Sundays. That was one of the challenging things for my family, was just eating at the hospital. And the hospital food, I mean, they try, but it's just not what you're wanting all the time. And then when you have little ones, to try to run out, or even when a delivery is made, to go down to the lobby of the hospital to leave them alone, even for 5 or 10 minutes can be a challenge. So this is our way of, helping them with food, because food is, my love language. So, it's delivered right to, and the nurses actually go down and get it and bring it up and set it up right on the floor, so the families don't have to go, finding, food on the weekends, and they don't have to leave their kids, and there's enough food for, the caregivers, the families, everybody. It's 4 dozen bagels and muffins and coffee and all the good stuff.
Was this done before, or is this something through your experience, what you went through, you found the loopholes and said, we can help here, we can help here?
Well, there's a lot of organizations that are doing a lot of great things, and our favorite things was always the food that different organizations brought in, but it was a lot of times during the week, and there wasn't as much offered on weekends, and that's when my husband would bring our older son up to the hospital, and we would be there all together, and it was just an added challenge. Before COVID, there was some great organizations that would come in and they would provide a dinner for the entire children's hospital in this big conference room, and that was one of our favorite things because it got us out of our room and it got us talking with other families and making connections with other families and sharing our experiences with them and sharing tips and tricks of how to survive this journey that we're on. So we also, in addition to the Sunday breakfast, we're also providing quarterly meals for the entire hospital, and that costs about $2,000 every time we do that. Because of COVID and the restrictions that were put on then, right now the hospital is having you give them the money and they do the meals. Whereas opposed to before, the organization was there serving and getting to see the families that they were helping. So we're hoping that, now that we're on the other side of COVID, that the hospital will start letting organizations back in to do that. So, because we really like to interact
I think
with
they need you as much as you need them.
Yeah.
You've been through it. You can help them with advice and information.
And I think as a father, I can say that nothing really happens until mom gets involved, and the fact that you're doing that as a mom is amazing.
It is.
I'm not sure if you were aware, Gold Together was actually started by a childhood cancer survivor named Cole Eicher, and his mother Laura is still very much involved. And as a matter of fact, let's hear from Laura now.
I'm Laura Eicher. I'm the Director of Childhood Cancer Initiatives at the American Cancer Society. And my focus, I always say, is to find ways for volunteers to get involved with the American Cancer Society with a focus on childhood cancer. I've been a volunteer for the American Cancer Society for 15 years. And for the past 5 years, I've been employed in my current role. I reside in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm married. I have one child. And that his name is Cole, and I'll be talking a lot about him. He's currently 22 and looking forward to graduating from the University of South Florida in May. My son was diagnosed with cancer, so Cole was diagnosed. So that connection to cancer started 10 years ago. He's my only child, and he was described as really healthy, athletic, a 12-year-old. He loves soccer, and he started having some unexplained nausea and then vomiting upon waking up with no fever or explanation. So, later in the day, you'd get back to feeling normal. So we kind of just, brushed it off because he was so healthy. But weeks later, started having some vision changes, some slight headaches, some unsteadiness. And so several visits, of course, to the pediatrician. He was diagnosed with adolescent migraines. And so we wanted it to be that, of course, but then things got a little worse as far as a little bit more unsteadiness, a little bit more double vision. So the ophthalmologist said, let's get an MRI. And of course, that told us exactly what it was. It wasn't adolescent migraines. He had brain cancer. So, 1 in 258 kids are diagnosed with cancer before the age of 20. So that's like 3 or 4 in every school, if you look at those numbers. And now he was, one of those children, and we were one of those, families. So, when you hear that, your child has cancer, you really just, I won't say it's like you're getting the wind knocked out of you. You really don't know what's going on. It feels like another world. But you hope and pray when you kind of get your wits about you that there's been some research that you can rely on that will save your child. And so thankfully, there had been people, as we say, years ago, who had dedicated some time, effort, knowledge, funds to this specific childhood cancer, brain cancer. And so he had a plan, he had a treatment plan, and they had a way to fight back. So, yeah, so we were really considered kind of lucky that people had done that. And we were moving forward with the treatment plan, which is brain surgery, 30 rounds of radiation, so a full month of radiation. Actually, 10 years ago this month was that whole month of radiation. And then high dose chemotherapy, for 4 months. So kind of close to a year of treatment. So it wasn't easy, on a 12-year-old. It's not child-sized treatment. It's they hit it really hard. They hit it as hard, if not harder, than adults. So it's a full-on battle. It's absolutely brutal. So fast forward, it's 10 years, and he'll, instead of sitting in a room getting chemo, he's sitting next to some kids that are graduating, going to throw those caps in the air and look forward to their next chapter. And we really say it's because of research, that he's here today. So, well, really, it's the only way the kids fight back. It's with any research, how the cancer is evolving, how to eliminate it. And with children, unfortunately, there's lesser numbers of them, and so they just get a smaller portion, and a smaller portion doesn't help our oncologists to fight back, because it truly is relentless. And sadly, we've made a lot of progress in many cancers, but there are some children's cancers, specifically a couple of brain cancers, where there is great room for progress, and there needs to be investment. But right now, those families are told there isn't anything, and to take the child home and to make memories, and they have about a 6 more months, with that child. So that, if you are that parent that's hearing that, or if you're that oncologist that has to say that day in and day out, it's research that will change it. That's it. So that's why it's important. And it's truly, again, why my son is here. He had an 80% chance of survival. But years ago, if it would have been me that would have had it as a child, I would have had a 10% chance of survival. So they've really learned so much. And I've actually even watched the research of his particular cancer, and they have just divided it into subtypes, and they know what children they don't need to radiate anymore, which is incredible, because radiation really affects the cognitive ability. And if a child is 6 and being radiated, they have a lot of struggles in life afterwards. My son has some struggles, but it is so, I guess, just wonderful to know that in these 10 years that they have made the progress to not have to, radiate when they don't have to. So not throw everything at it, just throw what they know they need to throw at it. So that's another piece of research, because, the survival rate still is the same in this particular type of cancer, which is called medulloblastoma, brain cancer. But the after effects are much more positive for those that are surviving, because again, they know how to customize that treatment plan. I just want people to know that really everyone can do something, and even if it's a little something. Years ago, people did a little something that saved my child's life. So having that knowledge, I feel the need to share so that we can save more children. And, it really could be for our listeners, it could be viewers, it could be their grandchild, it could be their niece, their nephew, friend of your child. It very well could be. One thing I like to think of is cancer doesn't care. Doesn't care at all if your child's healthy. That's an example within our family. It's relentless, and as mentioned, it's brutal. And we all have to kind of do our little thing, to fight back. Because these kids have their entire lives ahead of them, and cancer doesn't care. But if we invest in the right things, then we're going to give them a chance. And so the telethon is a way to let people know that kids need them. And they're kind of, they're so little. They're not out there telling people that we need to, protect them from this, this situation. So we have to be their voice. So I'm very appreciative of the telethon for spreading awareness and the need for this to be a priority. There's lots of things to say. I guess hopefully the viewers can hear the gratefulness that's there. Kind of our average donation is anywhere between $30, $100, and sometimes people think, oh well, what will that do really? But it adds up. It's everybody's little part. And I work with so many wonderful young people that are going into research and want to be oncologists and want to help in this field, nursing, etc. And so they're doing their part, so they're out there getting educated, sharing the best brand new ideas. And American Cancer Society really enjoys supporting the research of these young, researchers. Currently, we have 49 research grants that are dedicated to childhood cancer. It's $29 million, multi-year, $29 million. So that's a lot of people doing their little something. And that's how we keep it going. And I like to say growing too, because while 49 is a lot and very hefty, it doesn't cover all the types of cancers that children face. I was looking at them just the other day. There were several for brain and osteosarcoma, so bone cancers. There was lots for leukemia, but it didn't cover all of them. And we would like to fund more of the greatest, best ideas that are out there.
I wasn't lying when I said mothers can be an absolute inspiration. And Laura Eicher, I think, is an absolute great example, as is Tara Bush, Super Cooper's mom. Tara, if anybody watching right now wants more information on Cooperpalooza or Super Cooper Saves the Day, where can they get that information from?
Well, our website is still under construction, but we're pretty active on social media. We have a good Facebook page where we let people know what families we're currently supporting and about any upcoming fundraisers that we have.
Okay, how do they find that Facebook page?
It's just Super Cooper Saves the Day.
Super Cooper Saves the Day. All right. So we're going to be checking our tally board here in just a second, but let's remind people how they can donate.
Cancer, and we've got a couple different ways to make it easy for you. You can stop down and see all of us. We're right here. We're in front of the House of Sport, the Oakdale Commons. We would love to see you and make your donation, as a few people have already stopped down and seen. You can also go to ACSSoutherntier.com, click on the donate button. We're trying to make it easy for you. Once again, the phone number is 607-235-2770 to donate, and you can go to your screen for the URL, of course, that code, and that'll make it very easy because you can donate that way too.
That's right. All right, let's check our tally board. Let's see what we're up to so far.
All right.
$1,776 so far.
That's great.
That is fantastic. However, I think we can do better than that.
I think we
can do better than that. Let's see. What time is it? It is. What's my 4? Does that say 4:40? 4:40.
Wow.
I can't read a clock. It's we're in hour 5. Give me a break. It says 4:40. I think before 5 o'clock we can break that $2,000 mark.
Definitely. That's definitely a goal. I think we can do it, Ray.
Absolutely.
And thank
absolutely.
you for all your help as well.
Tara, thank you again. Thank you so much.
You're an amazing mom.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to go into a couple of videos here So Ms. Hogan, a teacher at BOCES, was a SUNY Broome Community College communications student, and she's now teaching video production at BOCES. And a couple of her students were involved with Skills USA, and they had to produce a couple of television commercials. So we'd like to play those commercials for you now.
Hairshot is an app where you can take social media and cosmetology and put them together. Through this app, you can book, post, view digital portfolios, talk to clients, stories, and a lot more. We designed this app so you can become comfortable with your hairstylist and have a one-stop shop to view all of your cosmetology needs. Compared to Snapchat and Instagram, Hairshot would be more personal to you, not your followers. There's no social pressure. It is a more intimate feel to learn, feel, and express who you are. You wouldn't be jumping through a million hoops to get where you need to be. Hairshot has also a special feature to always keep you updated on what hair salon your stylist is located at or relocating to. Hairshot would also allow you to be able to have priority booking. It means if your salon or hairstylist use Hairshot, you would be on a VIP list to get the next booking. Hairshot brings clients and hairstylists together, one easy click at a time.
Are you still looking for the perfect venue to host your business conferences or public events? Then look no further. The Georgia World Congress Center, located in Atlanta, is the 4th largest convention center in the country, clocking in at a staggering 3.9 million square feet. With 12 exhibit halls, 98 meeting rooms, 2 ballrooms, and 3 outdoor plazas, this is the ideal location to host your next event.
This building houses everything in an organized and compact area. They have plenty of space for all the different events. It's broken up well into different sections, but everything fits in primary spaces here.
In addition to the amazing perks found within this facility, the surrounding area has a lot to offer, including the Centennial Olympic Park, the National Center for Civil and Human Rights, and the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, home to the NFL Atlanta Falcons. For more information about the Georgia World Congress Center and the surrounding campus, visit www.gwcca.org or call 404-223-4000. This could be the next big thing for your business, so book today.
All right, we are back, and well, you're not Barb Mack.
No, I'm not. I changed.
So Jamie Kane has joined us, and you've got an interview coming up. In addition to Gold Together, in addition to Men Wear Pink, in addition to Making Strides, we've got another big American Cancer Society event coming up here pretty soon.
Yeah, so I want to talk about Coaches versus Cancer, which is one of my favorite programs the American Cancer Society does. And we talked about like kids being kids, right? That's kind of the theme of this. We just want kids being healthy kids, not having to worry about the stress of childhood cancer.
Absolutely.
Coaches versus Cancer gives kids an outlet, an opportunity to raise money for the Cancer Society. It's another way to do that. So I'm going to bring in our friend Dave.
Dave, I'm going to hand you my microphone and let you two talk.
All right, so come right in, Dave. So as a basketball coach, Coaches versus Cancer, what does that mean to you?
Well, certainly the biggest thing is a cause. You know, a lot of people, myself included, have been infected or have been touched by cancer. Many people in our community has been touched by cancer, and you know, we had done this probably 15 or 20 years ago, and just came up with a great idea to support the cause.
Right. So we're going to give a little sneak peek, right, of something that might be coming down the line. But Coaches vs. Cancer, I see you're wearing your Syracuse orange. So obviously Syracuse has been a huge partner of the American Cancer Society when it comes to Coaches vs. Cancer. So it's great that you're rocking that. You could purchase that, right, in Dick's House of Sport if you want, I think, probably, right?
I probably got it there.
So what do you guys have in mind to bring back awareness for Coaches vs. Cancer this year?
So in December, we're hoping, we have a 2-week break now from the holiday season, and we kind of met and we're going to propose to have a Coaches versus Cancer tournament in the Broome County Visions Arena, December 27th and 28th. And we're looking at a 12-team tournament that, you know, we're hoping to promote and hoping to get on the ground, up off the ground.
Right. So you got a core committee. We're in the process. We're planning. A lot more information will be coming, shared to the public once we shore up those details. But it's great to kind of bring that back to Broome County. We've seen what it does for basketball in other areas. You know, we've talked where I'm from in Scranton. It brought high school basketball onto the front pages, not just the sport pages, with the stories, because as you know, you've coached for a long time. How many players have you had that have been touched yourself? How many other coaches? You know, cancer touches everyone's life, right?
Well, no question. And, you know, we have the oncology center at Lourdes, or now Guthrie, and the same thing at UHS. You know, personally, my father passed away 2 years ago from lymphoma. And, you know, he lived an extra 14 years just because of the progress. So what a great cause, you know, and we love the game of basketball over the holiday time where people are in town. We hope they come out and support it. And we're excited to get this off the ground.
And it's a great time. Those holiday tournaments, they're awesome. And I know, again, a lot more details are coming, but we're hoping to have some rivalry games, some teams that might not have played each other before. It's a little bit of a mix, but we're also hoping to involve cheerleaders, other students if they want to get involved in some way. So we really want to make it a really big community event that we hope to do annually with Coaches vs. Cancer in Broome County.
Yes, and, you know, we want to try to incorporate a youth clinic. Again, the cheerleading piece, they had the state competition there last year at the arena, and this year the state finals are in the arena. So this is kind of a precursor, maybe, to see a team who gets an opportunity to play at Christmas time to maybe play down the road in March.
Yeah, and, like that. And, you know, as a child of the 80s, I remember Hoosiers and the last game when they're in the big arena and they got the big faces and the big eyes. How do you coach to that big atmosphere as a coach?
Well, you know, obviously you don't play in that very often, and the depth of the arena is different. But, I mean, when I've had opportunities to play there in the past, it's focus on the rim. Don't worry about the background. Don't worry about anything else. But what a great opportunity for these local players and maybe out-of-town players and to have that opportunity to play in that atmosphere for a great cause. I mean, that's our focus. Coaches versus Cancer, which is a national organization, and just to, you know, to tie this in with the basketball is a great opportunity.
Yeah, so we've been fortunate. We have a lot of great coaches that have been involved. We talked about Coach Langle out at Colgate, you know, Coach Earl, who's now left Cornell, but, you know, Coach Jocks, same thing. Coach Sanders at Binghamton. Of course, you know, the bigger names like Syracuse, Notre Dame, Penn State. But we've been fortunate that these coaches are sharing their brand ability, bringing awareness to this important cause, right?
No question. And, you know, Coach Boeheim had been down previously, but, you know, the cause for, you know, I know that the Colgate coach, I've met him, he's a great guy, and the BU coach. So, yeah, I think everybody's on board.
Yeah, and, you know, as a Scranton boy, as I mentioned, you know, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the new Siena coach, who's Jerry McNamara, had, you know, of course, that illustrious career at your Syracuse Orange, but has now gone on to his first head coaching job at Siena. So
yeah, what a great opportunity for him to be up there, and we're excited to watch. I mean, it's only 2 hours away to watch him coach, and he'd be a great coach to have come down and speak if we have that opportunity. But yeah, looking forward to watching him coach.
Awesome. Well, Dave, thanks for coming down.
You're welcome. Appreciate your time.
We're here talking about childhood cancer. Right here, there's a QR code. You could scan. You can make a donation. You can log on to ACS southerntier.com, make your donation. You can also stop down. There's still a lot going on. We have drop-in visits all day here at Oakdale Commons, and here comes my friend. He's not going to sing with me, but
I am not singing. That is not happening.
So, Ray, where are we?
I'm sorry?
Where are we?
Where are we? As in, like, where are we physically located right now?
I feel like who's on first?
Yeah, it sure is. Well, we're getting ready to wrap up hour 5.
We are. And
so
we got, some folks coming in at
We
the
do
5
have
o'clock hour.
we do have some folks coming in the 5 o'clock hour. We put a ton of work into this leading up to. I know both of us are running on a lack of sleep, so we are at Oakdale Commons, though. That's where we are.
We are at Oakdale Commons, right outside of Dick's House of Sport. You can find us there. We're going to go to a video, but before we do, I just want to say this. The Super Cooper story, I mean, we're all, right, draws at the heartstrings, you know, that kind of story. We're going to hear from Mariah Forster Olson. She's a 44-year childhood cancer survivor, 44 years.
Wow.
So now we're going to see a little bit of the other side of that success story. That is, in part, the research that we've been able to do
Without question.
So hit that donate button, hit that ACSSouthernTier.com, and let's go to a 44-year cancer survivor story.
Hello, my name is Mariah Forster Olson, and I live in La Crosse, Wisconsin. In 1980, at the age of 1, I was diagnosed with neuroblastoma, a type of childhood cancer that consists of a solid tumor originating in nerve cells. My tumor grew at several levels of my spine, wrapped around a portion of my heart, and pushed against my right lung, making it difficult to breathe. Neuroblastoma is the most common type of childhood cancer in infants and children under the age of 5, and it is extremely difficult to diagnose and treat even today, because often it is not diagnosed until the cancer has spread. Clinical trial. I have benefited greatly from research, and the experimental chemotherapy is what ultimately saved my life. On June 6th of this year, I will celebrate 44 years from my cancer diagnosis. Life as a survivor has been difficult, but I know how lucky and blessed I am to be alive. However, 1 in 5 children will not survive childhood cancer. Furthermore, more than 95% of childhood cancer survivors will have a significant health-related issue by the age of 45. So please support childhood cancer research, awareness, education, and advocacy. You could help save the life of a baby, a toddler, a child, or an adolescent who has cancer, or help improve the life of a childhood cancer survivor. Thank you.
All right, we're getting ready to wrap up hour 5 of our first ever Gold Together telethon here at Oakdale Commons. Again, my name is Ray Scott, and it's been an absolute pleasure and a joy to be here today. I do want to remind you we're hoping to break that $2,000 mark before we cross it over into 5 o'clock. So if you haven't done so yet, please make your donation. You can scan the QR code that's down in the bottom of your screen right now. If you don't have that QR code, or maybe you're on your cell phone, you can go to ACSSouthernTier.com and hit that donate button. If you are watching this video from another website, maybe one of our Equinox Broadcasting radio station websites, there's a donate button right above this video. Hit that button and make a donation. And of course, if you need any assistance, you can always call 607-235-2770. And we are going to be here at Oakdale Commons until 6 o'clock this evening. So you've got a little over an hour if you'd like to make that donation in person. And hey, if you feel so inclined, maybe we'll bring you here on the live stream and give you a quick interview. So come on down and join us. That might have scared people away. Come on down and join us here at Oakdale Commons. Again, we'll be here until 6 o'clock this evening. And it's okay, that donate button is going to remain live, and you'll still be able to make a donation for our Gold Together initiative with American Cancer Society in supporting pediatric cancer research. So I think we're just about ready to take a look at our tally board, our last check before the 5 o'clock hour. Let's see where we're at here. $1,872. I was really hoping we were going to break that $2,000 mark, but hey, we've still got time. We've still got time. So Make those donations, folks. Visit ACSSouthernTier.com. Make your donations. Scan that QR code. Make the phone call 607-235-2770, or come on out here to Oakdale Commons. Again, we are going to be here until 6 o'clock this evening, right in front of Dick's House of Sport. So we are going to be welcoming a couple of new hosts here in just a minute. In the meantime, I believe we have another video we'd like to show. Oh, we have another update to the tally board. Last minute update to the tally board. Where are we at then? Last minute donation. Did we break that $2,000 mark? We're at $2,076. All right, $2,076. We broke that $2,000 mark. I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you all so much, but don't stop here. There is still plenty of room. Don't stop here. Continue to make those donations. Again, ACSSouthernTier.com. Click that donate link, or you can just scan the QR code down in the corner of your screen. All right, again, we're going to be welcoming a couple of new hosts to our live stream here in just a few minutes. In the meantime, I think we've got a video to go to now.
I have a friend, and her name is Elizabeth. She's a kid like me. Wait, can I tell you her story?
My name is Elizabeth Widener. Shortly after my 12th birthday, I was diagnosed with stage 4 high-risk neuroblastoma. I have been fighting for 4.5 years and am currently on a phase 1 clinical trial.
Elizabeth wanted to save all the kids from childhood cancer.
These are the years they should be running and playing, learning how to ride a bike, and focusing on school. We need to find the best medicine so these children can grow up to become the next engineers, doctors, artists, farmers, or political leaders.
But she never got the chance. She was taken away too soon, just like a lot of kids with cancer. Why does this happen? Is there anything we can do? Your donation today could help save a child with cancer.
You can look at. All right, it is a little after 5 o'clock. I'm News Channel 34's Jim Emke.
And I am News Channel 34's Noah Holloway.
And we are so proud to be a part of this effort here in conjunction with the American Cancer Society, Equinox Broadcasting, and SUNY Broom's amazing communications department. Thank you so much to them for making all of this happen. And we plan to bring to you folks out there in the live stream world a very impactful hour of personal stories and also just really talking about the importance of pediatric cancer research.
Yes, Jim, that is correct. We have a lot here. Obviously, the main thing is to donate. So while you hear these stories and you hear all these interesting things of knowledge you learn, don't forget, you can always donate to the cause. Any amount helps, like always.
Yes, let's go to that donation board. Noah, let folks know how they can donate.
Well, if you want to donate, there are several ways. Obviously, if you see on your screen, you can scan that really fancy QR code in the bottom left corner. And you can also visit the website as well, the ACSSouthernTier.com. You can also send in money by mail check or by money order. And again, there is the address right there. And go ahead and donate. Now we're going to go over to Jim Emke with our first interview.
Yes, I'm over here now with two women that I know very well and respect quite a bit. I'm going to start by introducing Beth Shoemaker. Hello, Beth. Thank you so much for coming down.
Absolutely. I would do this 100 times over.
So sadly, both of these women have had their lives touched by pediatric cancer, and they both live either in Hillcrest or right nearby. Let's start with Beth and your personal story. Beth, tell us about your son, Sean.
You got about an hour because I could go on and on. Sean was diagnosed with leukemia at the age of 8, relapsed at the age of 10, so we did like a total of 4.5 years of chemo, radiation, all kinds of treatment. He had a little bit, the community was great. They supported us from start to finish. They helped us afterwards. They had fundraisers, and family and friends is a great resource for people, for moms and families of children with cancer, because you can't do it by yourself, and it affects the whole family. It doesn't just affect the child with cancer. So after Sean's leukemia, 5 years later, he was diagnosed with a brain tumor, age of 17, prime time high school. So we had figured out what we were going to do and ended up going down to Duke, Durham, North Carolina for surgery and more treatment. So on top of that was another 4 years of treatment for him, and he always had the attitude like, it is what it is. Every time we told him bad news, it is what it is. That's all he knew from the age of 8, is dealing with cancer. So he just had this personality that, I'm going to do it, I'm going to make my friends feel better about it, instead of them having to help me. So he was quite the kid, and his brothers were there for the support for him too, so you can't do it without that support.
But sadly, Sean did succumb to the cancer.
In 2012, January, just before turning 22, he passed away. But sad, and it's been 12 years, but he's still right here. Always be right there.
I want to now introduce Molly Santacruz, and I should let viewers know that she is the mother of my colleague Roy Santacruz, and also you were the subject of one of our Remarkable Women features.
Yes, I felt very honored to be one of the Remarkable Women candidates.
So tell us about your daughter Megan's story.
Well, Megan was diagnosed with a rare form of ovarian cancer in 2010 at the age of 15. And she was very successfully treated. We actually took her to Sloan Kettering Hospital in New York City for her treatment. And unfortunately, she had a relapse 7 years later in 2017. And she again got excellent treatment at Sloan Kettering Memorial Hospital. But she unfortunately did pass away in November of 2018 at the age of 23. So, and again, I have to agree with Beth, this community is fantastic as far as support, fundraising, help in many, many, many different areas. And it's a wonderful place to find that support when you're going through something like this.
And now, much like Sean, Megan was known for having quite a spirit. Tell me a little bit more about how Megan responded to this challenge in her life and what it prompted her to do.
Well, she was amazing, just very positive, very happy, and just filled with light. She brought light and positivity everywhere she went. Even if you were lucky enough to run into her for a very brief interaction, a little 1 minute, hi, how are you? She always seemed to make your day better. And she just was extremely courageous, extremely positive, and just fought like hell.
She definitely was an inspiration. Now, Beth, I know that your experience with Sean's cancer for a while led you to start a Standing Strong Foundation. I seem to recall you used to have events at the Binghamton Club. And then you've been involved with other organizations as well, Make-A-Wish and such. Talk to me about how this sort of motivated you to get active and involved.
Yeah, sure. For a journey of 17 years of a child with cancer, your mind starts thinking what could be better, what could go better, what could we do? And you're dealing with a child with cancer and siblings, yet you have all these ideas in your head that you want to help other kids. So it was writing his obituary, unfortunately, that I had an idea of like, I have to create a foundation that's going to help the kids 18 to 24, because there's not a lot of help out there. And that's what Sean was, 22. So we named the foundation during the obituary. We asked for money in the obituary and ended up raising quite a bit of money and held like 4 or 5 events to raise money to help young adults with tuition, books, laptops, whatever they needed to succeed in their schooling. Because all these kids want to do is they want to grow up. They don't want a car, they don't want a trip, they want to grow up. And then it also led me into helping out with Make-A-Wish and Room to Heal. And it's very gratifying to do that, not only for kids that we know, but kids we don't know. So I'll always be involved in some way to help people out.
Getting back, of course, to the research component, because that's what this is all about, folks. Let's please open up our wallets, open up our hearts, and give, because we're raising money to find not necessarily a cure, that's the holy grail, but better treatments. And when we talk about treatment, Sean's leukemia treatment, right? It worked for the time, but there's good reason to believe it may have contributed to the brain tumor.
That's what they think, that the radiation he had for leukemia caused a brain tumor. Not 100%, but that we have to think about raising money. Adult cancers have all kinds of research, which is totally necessary, but these kids are little and they just want to live part of their life or their whole life. So we need to really consider contributing to this worthwhile research just to get these kids better.
And now, Molly, you're still very active with the Live Like Megan, right? Is that what you call your foundation?
Yes, we also started a foundation called the Live Like Megan Foundation, and we raise money for scholarships for Shenango Valley graduating seniors every year. One of Megan's wishes before she passed away was that we establish a scholarship for Shenango Valley seniors. So that's what we've been doing. We also like to contribute to research into her specific type of cancer. So each year we like to give a nice donation to researchers that are working with her very rare type of ovarian cancer research.
And it must be just so devastating, first, obviously, to get the initial diagnosis, but then the whole roller coaster of having her go through remission and then have to go back for tests. I'm sure every time you were just, so concerned about those outcomes. This is something that's got to really leave a lasting impact.
Oh, it definitely does. It definitely does. It is a roller coaster, for sure. And it does affect you. It does affect you for a very, very long time, probably forever. But it's difficult. And that's why families need support, and we need better research, and we need more funding to help everyone that's going through this.
But at least there is a community, and there are folks here who are helpful and supportive. And the main thing I think everyone wants to drive home is, people can bake casseroles, they can watch your other kids, they can give you rides to Syracuse, but they can't go into a lab and do research for you. We need the experts to do the research, and that costs money. So folks, please, we need the money for this very important childhood cancer research. All right, well, at this point, thank you, ladies, both so very much for coming down and sharing your stories. And nothing but love for both of you, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to throw it over to Noah now for some information about what we're facing.
Well, thank you, Jim, for tagging me over here. Just some quick little facts here about childhood cancer. How common is cancer in children? About 10,000 children in the United States under the age of 15 will be diagnosed with cancer sometime in 2024, that is. Childhood cancer rates have been raising slightly for the past decade or so, but have stabilized in the 2010s just because of all the new medical, inventions and just how we've come so far with it. But also a good side effect of that is 85% of children with cancer now survive 5 years. Over to Jim with our next interview.
Here with Tara Bush, who's somewhat well known in our community now, thanks to her son. Really caught the attention and really the hearts of so many of us here in Greater Binghamton. Tara, share with us, if you don't mind, Cooper's story.
Yeah, Cooper was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia in 2016. He was just shy of his 3rd birthday. He battled for exactly 18 months to the day, actually, and he passed away from relapse AML May 6th of 2018. And during his battle, our community was amazing at surrounding our family with love and support. And Cooper had a very infectious personality and very, magnetizing, and people just really fell in love with him, which really helped to rally the community support. And because of that community support, when Cooper was sick, we were able to do so many amazing things and have so many different opportunities for making memories with him, knowing that he was terminal, towards the end. And we were so thankful for our community coming out and supporting us and allowing our family to have some really special time together. When your kid is terminal, you can't go to work. So because of so many generous people, we were able to have some really solid quality time with him that without that support, would have been spent at work. And, you just can't spend your day at work when your kid is sick. So we're just eternally grateful for our amazing community, for supporting our family during that battle, and to thank the community and to give back. We started our own nonprofit organization after Cooper's passing, named after him, and the name that kind of stuck with him as Super Cooper. And Super Cooper Saves the Day is our passion now, and it keeps Cooper, right at the forefront of our hearts and everybody else's hearts too. And now we're able to help other families have that community support that was given to us. So we provide emotional and financial support to other families that are going through what we went through.
Yeah. Well, if we could get just a little lighthearted here for a moment. I know this is very sad, but I had the privilege of meeting Cooper on a couple different occasions, and I've got to tell you, you have never met such a cute little guy. Now, he did also have Down syndrome. Just talk a little bit more about his infectious personality.
Yeah, Cooper just had a way of drawing people to him, and it just was something really special about him. I watched him on a vacation that we were at. It was after he went through his first rounds of treatment. He was in remission, and we went to the shore on a vacation. I just watched the way that people reacted to him, because I had really noticed that, wow, people are really drawn to him, and he would just kind of reach out and touch everybody as he walked by, and they would look at him, and they would just light up. And it was just something, it's not something you can learn how to do. It's just something that you're born with, and he had it. So, yeah, and he was a bit of a wild child too. I was pregnant when he was sick, and chasing him around with an IV pole, being pregnant through the hospital, was quite a challenge. And he never wanted to stay in his room, and he was like the mayor of the hospital. So, yeah.
All right, in the time we have left, just give us a sense of some of the activities that Super Cooper Saves the Day is still engaged in, and how people can not only, obviously, we want people today, right now, to give to the American Cancer Society, but are there ways in addition to that people can support your foundation?
Yeah, it's really important to give to pediatric cancer organizations because it is grossly underfunded. So we're really excited that the American Cancer Society is putting all of these dollars towards pediatric cancer research. A lot of kids that get cancer get an adult cancer, and they get treated just as small adults, and the medicines and the chemo impacts them differently, and there really needs to be more research about that. Our organization is meant to provide the financial and emotional support for families that are going through the struggle so that they can have the time with their families. We have 3 big fundraisers throughout the year. We have our Coins for Kindness fundraiser, which works with local school districts. This year we raised over $10,000 in coins from children, bringing it into their schools, so that was really amazing. We also have our Cooper Palooza Carnival, which is in March every year, and this year we raised $25,000. And then our other big fundraiser is a golf tournament that happens in August, and that usually brings in between like $10,000 and $15,000. So it allows us to really give back to the families in our community and other families in the Syracuse area that are getting treatment at Golisano Children's Hospital.
Great. All right, folks, you heard it. Our area is generous. Well, let's keep that generosity going. My colleague Noah Holloway is here right now to tell us how you can do that. Thanks, Tara.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, generosity is key, and that is what we need from you. Like the words of Creed, can we take it higher? We're already at $2,076. We can take it higher, we can get it higher. And all you can do, easily, scan that QR code in the bottom left corner. Like I've said already, I will say it every time. It is right there. You can scan that bad boy, or you can also visit ACSSouthernTier.com and click the donate button. And you can also stop by the Oakdale Commons between now and 6 o'clock, and you can also donate there. So now, Jim, I'm going to donate the screen back to you.
With a longtime friend, Linda Salomons. I've known you for probably about the better part of 2 decades now. You have had your personal life touched by pediatric cancer. Would you mind sharing your personal story with us?
Sure. I'll try and do that in a brief way. My son Eric was diagnosed with childhood leukemia when he was 4 years old, and you know, it was just something that just rocked our world. When I heard the word leukemia, I heard that he was going to die. And as you've heard from some of the other people who have talked, we all go right up to Syracuse to the Center for Childhood Cancer and Blood Disorders, and they kind of tell us what to do. It was a world that I never thought I would be exposed to. And my son Eric needed to immediately get a port put in. He needed to immediately start chemo, and had to get blood transfusions, all kinds of things. So my husband and I, neither of us are from this area, but we lived here with our 3 children, and so our world was just kind of really turned upside down. So Eric was going through treatment back and forth to Syracuse, and he relapsed. And I know you've heard that a lot from some of the other parents that have spoken. When a relapse happens, you're like, what? Like, the protocol isn't working, and there's not really, you know, like a file folder you can pull out that says, okay, this is what you do. And so when he relapsed very early on, they looked at a whole bunch of different options for him. Well, one of the advantages that we had, and as I say, a gift from God, is Eric had an identical twin brother, or has an identical twin brother. And so we were all tested to see if we were a bone marrow match, and Brian was an identical match. And so we actually we changed our treatment, went to Philadelphia, Children's Hospital, Philadelphia, and Eric had a bone marrow transplant from his brother. During that time, a lot of chemotherapy, total body radiation. I mean, there's a lot of things that you learn as a parent that are going to affect your child for the rest of their life, long-term side effects. But what are you going to do? You're going to say no? You know, we're trying to get our child better. So Eric went through the transplant. He was home during kindergarten, and then thankfully in first grade he was able to go to school. Eric is 26 years old right now. And although he's had to battle some other things, he's since had thyroid cancer. He has to get checked for his eyes and his skin all the time because of the treatment that he's had. He is just graduated actually with his doctorate in physical therapy, and he has his first job. He's out in Seattle, Washington. So we are blessed, and we know we are. I've created an amazing relationship with a lot of the parents that you have here today, promoting the importance of research and the importance of trials and grants and things like that that can really have an impact on the family and also the child.
In fact, one of his treatments was radiation, and you were telling me earlier that there was a moment, a sort of aha moment for you as Eric was undergoing radiation.
When Eric, again, he's a little boy in a little white bathrobe, and they took him in a wheelchair to get radiation in the University of Pennsylvania. They had to take him from CHOP over to the adult hospital. And during radiation, they put him in the room, and they have like a mask for their face, and he's laying there and he's listening to music, and you see the big radiation sign on the door, and as a parent, then I have to step out, and I remember there was like a desk outside the room with all the gadgets and equipment, and I was watching like the doctors and the technicians, and they're playing with this gauge and with this knob, and I just remember having this epiphany that like, this is what that money is going for. Like they need to give him enough so that it kills the cancer cells, but not too much so that it doesn't impact the rest of his organs or kill him, God forbid. So it was just like, we hear all the time about how important it is to give and how important research is, and there's tons of nonprofit organizations that are out there saying they need help, and they do need help, because without that money, without that assistance to do trial and error, they wouldn't know how to treat people better. One of the things I constantly think about is chemotherapy is like poison. We're putting poison in children, teens, and adults. And there's got to be a better way to treat cancer so that these survivors also aren't feeling these lasting effects of this poison that has been pumped into their body. So we're not going to find that without money and support. So that's why I feel like that's so important, and I really appreciate being here, able to speak to you today.
And your personal experience motivated you, along with Loria Best, to found A Room to Heal, which creates healing environments for children undergoing medical concerns. Is it gratifying to know that you were able to take your experience and turn it into something as impactful as A Room to Heal?
It really is, and to be honest with you, Lori, being a friend of mine while my family was going through everything with Eric, she also, as a friend, felt like useless. Like, what can we do? And so when she approached me with the idea of creating A Room to Heal, I was all in. I mean, it was something that, we brought a band of women, it started as women together for a luncheon, and people were really interested in starting this project. And there is nothing more satisfying than being able to, number one, rally volunteers to help other people, as well as to help a family that's going through something so devastating, to bring joy and comfort and, to play with the child and pick out their most favorite colors or animal, whatever it might be. A Room to Heal, we've now done over 130 rooms since we started in 2006. There's a whole new board of directors, so there's a whole new lifeblood that's come into the organization. And I know it's near and dear to many people's hearts in this community. I'm actually working on a room project right now for a girl in Spencer. And I really believe it was very healing for me as a parent. Like, I noticed that a lot of the parents that you've talked to today have started organizations or continue to get money to give back. And that's part of not only giving back, but it's also part of our own healing process of the trauma that we went through.
And then just real briefly, and then we'll wrap up, Room to Heal has its major fundraiser coming up, correct? Yes. Care to remind us when and where that is?
Yes, next Friday, and I don't, off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact date, but it's a week from tomorrow, and it is an event called Hearts for Hope fundraiser. It's a lot of fun, a lot of different eats from the community, and wine and beer, and tons of raffle and silent auctions that couldn't be done without the generosity of our community and businesses and individuals and families. And you can go to aroomtoheal.net to find out more and to purchase your tickets.
That's great. And here's your chance to be generous by giving to the American Cancer Society, so please give now. Thank you so much, Linda. And I'm going to send it back over to Noah now. Noah?
Hey, thanks, Jim. Just popping in for a quick second here to give you a little fact about childhood cancer. Unlike many cancers in adults, childhood cancers are not strongly linked to lifestyle or environmental risk factors. Did you know that? Did you? And only a small number of childhood cancers are caused by DNA changes, only that are passed on from parents to the child. With some exceptions, childhood cancer tends to respond better to certain treatments, mainly because childhood cancers, when they go to do their treatments, they are more intense. And I'm going to swing right back over to Jim, if you're all set.
Back here in the interview section, and I am joined now by Gretchen and Gabby Laubish. Now, Gabby is a cancer survivor. Thank you so much for joining us, Gabby. And this is her mother, Gretchen. Gretchen, would you mind sharing with us a little bit about Gabby's experience?
Sure. So Gabby was diagnosed with AML, a childhood leukemia, when she was 2 years old. And she was diagnosed in Syracuse and spent about 10 days there in the ICU. And then we went to CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. And she was there for about 6 months, receiving all kinds of chemo, countless blood transfusions and surgeries and anesthesia and all kinds of things. And then she was cancer-free for about a year, and then the cancer returned when she was 3.5. So we returned to CHOP, and immediately they started searching for a bone marrow donor so she could have a bone marrow transplant. We were all tested. Her brother was not a match. Her dad and I were not matches. And there was an unrelated donor that we didn't know, and they just found through the registry. And he now is like part of our family. So she is now about to be 8 years cancer-free and is doing really, really well.